think we're live. I think we're live. All right. Welcome. My name is Jared. I'm streaming my game, TraceRacer, as it's currently the working title. Yeah, so this is my first official dev stream of me working on TraceRacer. I did a little test stream the day before. But yeah, I just wanted to stream kind of my progress and everything that's going on. It's kind of laid back. Nothing too structured either. I don't even have a big agenda for what I want to work on today specifically. But a little bit about TraceRacer. So it's a web game, kind of a skill-based game. You're seeing it right here. You're just seeing these. It's a time-based level kind of thing, randomly generated levels. So the idea behind the game is these what I call bubbles. These are just circles. You have to click and drag the mouse, and then when you drag over a bubble, you hit spacebar, and then basically you're trying to drag the bubbles in this order as you see them. Like if you hit the wrong one, you have to start over. If you go out of bounds, you have to start over. So it's a simple little skill game. It's actually competitive as well, and I have that functionality working right now. It's kind of in a very raw state. So I can show that quick. So when two people play, the server, once we matches up two people, the server will then push down the level to each player. So yeah, that's about where everything's at right now with it. So without further ado, I'm just going to kind of dive in and get working. My main objective for right now is, actually I'll go back here to show this. Whoops. Let's play here. So they get into a match together. Oh. There we go. So right now, like your own progress is shown on the sidebar here throughout the level. But the thing I also want to show is when you're playing a one-on-one match, that's fine, that's fine for just a single player practice. But when you're playing a one-on-one match, it'd be really nice to have the other player's current position show real time where they are. So right now I have those bubbles on the side just disappear completely. But I'd really like to have, maybe like a red circle or something. So after I trace over this circle here, it would just like shrink maybe to say that you've popped it. You popped that bubble, so it would shrink, and then it would shrink rather than just completely disappear as it does right now. And then the other player would then see like you've moved on to the next bubble. The other player has moved on to the next bubble. So I don't know exactly how I want to show that graphically. I just will get something kind of rough going for right now. And all these graphics are all kind of basic and subject to change, like the timer bar here is not anywhere near where I'd like it to look. But yeah, I guess we'll jump right into the code here. Or a little bit about little technical detail here. So it's basically just a vanilla JavaScript based game. The browser themselves, just plain vanilla JavaScript, all my own. There's no, I'm not using like any libraries or anything. Just the HTML canvas. I'm just using some basic browser APIs. These are HTML buttons for right now. I didn't feel like implementing my own kind of button right into Canvas yet. These would get the job done for right now. So I might end up just keeping these around too, since they just work fine, and I changed the style a little bit of them. But otherwise, yeah, it's just a plain vanilla JavaScript game for the client, and the server is just Node.js, kind of also just vanilla. I'm using WebSockets for all the client communication. So the way I've got my environment set up here is actually I have all the server code on this pane here, this half. So that's the way it is for now. That might change, but yeah, so I've got my kind of server-based code over here, and then all my client browser code there. And a lot of it is actually just very similar in terms of what happens. Right now, the client actually, so there's a single player. You can, when you just go to the web page by itself, you can ignore these little debug things here. But basically, you just have the two buttons, play or practice. So play would be the competitive one-on-one. You'd queue, you'd send a message to the server to say, hey, this player's ready to connect to a match with somebody. So then when another player connects to find a match, then the server just matches them up and generates a level, starts generating levels, whatever. And the practice button is just like this exists purely just in the browser. Nothing goes to the server when you're just practicing. So a lot of the code for generating levels is both on the client and the server, because in this case, since I'm practicing, just the client is generating the levels. You just just randomly placing bubbles throughout the main circle here. And then when you do a competitive match, it's kind of the same thing on the server side. It's generating the levels each round and sending them to both clients. And I should use the correct nomenclature here, because I've been calling them levels. Like this is one level here, and then the time ran out, so we go to the next level. But I do refer to them as rounds in the code, so round 1, round 2, whatever. With the competitive mode, currently I have it so that there's like a maximum of 25 rounds. So the server, if both players go AFK, the server wouldn't just keep generating levels infinitely or whatever right now, There's like a 25 round limit. I mean, it's just kind of arbitrary numbers I plugged in. So it'll generate a maximum of 25 rounds. But the first player to win 10 rounds would win the full thing. Or if they tied a bunch, both players let the time expire, then, and the rounds left of those original 25 go all the way down to below 10, then it would be the first player to win whatever, So anyway, none of that's all very concrete anyway. I mean, it exists in this current state and everything as it is. But obviously it's all subject to change. And I think actually I have some ideas for some other formats and how the game will play out. But yeah, this whole TraceRacer, this whole project itself is just kind of a little idea to get my feet wet kind of in game development. So just kind of a little fun project that I'm doing. I just kind of wanted it to be somewhat unique, not really just copy or clone some other game that already exists, but just kind of work on my own thing to kind of practice design and programming. So yeah, there's a lot in here that's subject to change. There's a lot of it that's just really crappy and not very good. And from a game design, this might be just a terrible game. I mean, I can play it and it's kind of fun, but I don't know. So it's just kind of a thing to get the ball rolling for me and get streaming and kind of push my own stuff out there. So with all of that being said, I think I'm ready to get started. So I explained what I was going to do. We need to just do practice for now. We need to get the opponent's position in this progress bar here, which is what I call it in the code. So we've got our own indicator of our own progress, but we need the opponent's progress as well. So I have a progress meter class here. And that has a progress indicator, which is the little circle that shows where so the progress meter class has progress bubbles, which is an array of each of the bubbles. So when the round gets generated, it generates the random positions and colors of all the bubbles, and then the order of which you're supposed to drag them in gets passed down to this progress meter class. So all of this comes from the round creator function. So here, so the progress indicator, here's where we actually instantiate our progress meter. Excuse me. All right, so yes, we instantiate the progress meter, and that eventually gets attached to our round or passed into the round constructor there. But basically the indicator is just a circle. So it's just a circle with a color and a size. So what we can do actually from here is, if we're in a competitive round, we can generate a opponent progress indicator, we'll call it. So actually I'm going to go back to the progress meter class and create that property. We'll just call it op progress indicator. And then that'll just get passed in here. And then I guess we'll just say we won't pass it in. Well, actually, I don't know what we'll do with that exactly. All right, so basically this is the player's progress indicator. We can just, let's just duplicate all of this. But we don't, so this is the same, this round creator helper class is used the same for both, because like 95% of the code for a practice versus a round, a versus match is the same. probably even more than 95%. Say 95.7%. So, oops. I don't want this. Oh yeah, I do want this here. Okay. So the way we can tell inside of this function if we have a versus match or a practice match is basically this round def argument to this static create round method. So the match will call this create round method every time. So if the round comes from the server, so if we're in a versus match, round comes from the server, then this will be something. This will come in from the server. And if not, then it assumes we're in a practice match. So we can see here, I already do one check for this round timer and everything. So that's if we're in a practice mode. Then there's basically that emits a round ended event if we're in a practice mode. Otherwise, we want to wait for the server to send the round ended. So like I'm not going to explain that right now. Not important. We're not worrying about that. Okay, so yes, so I know that this is reliably coming in either null or, so that we can check for if it's false or not. So we basically need to do just another check for that. We'll just do another if. And perhaps we'll clean that up later. So then if round def, just put a note if then we have to define this outside of our if. So let op prog. Gotta love these huge variable names that I like to use. Okay, so this will just be null first, and then in here, now we don't want a const. Yes. Oh, except this name. All right. So, didn't cancel my multi-cursor there. Okay, so now we've got this special variable that will be null if we're in a practice round once we get past this point. So, actually I should differentiate here. So let's just make this red, full-blown red. Size needs to be slightly more than 50. Because as it stands right now, like if I were to run this, it wouldn't do anything because we're not passing this. Oh no, yes it would, because doing a init will get it drawing on the screen. So, as of right now, this would start if we refresh the code, theoretically, if I didn't make any fat finger mistakes or any brain mistakes, this would start drawing a circle on screen. Oh, Brash Bandit. Yo. Yo, Brash Bandit. Who is Brash Bandit? IRL. It's familiar. So, okay, so what I was saying was, at this point, since we're instantiating a circle, which is a drawable entity, it would start drawing a circle. Like that. This is all we would need to get to start drawing a circle on screen. And it would be red, and I guess it would draw over top of this one. So for right now, we'll just make one that's like slightly bigger than our current indicator. So to make that a little more concrete, like this is our one indicator, just a black hollowed out circle. And that's a 50 pixel radius as of right now. So I'll draw a red one now for the opponent, and we'll just make it 54, not 55. Actually, no, 52 is his radius, so it'll be doubled. The diameter will be, that way it won't bleed into the next circle here. Actually, what are the radius of these bubbles here? 40? Probably 45. 40. Okay, yeah, that's where it is. So these are, yeah, progress bubbles here. So each progress bubble is a radius of 40. Progress indicator has a radius of 50. So then 52, 50, maybe 55. Just try that. And then that's all we need. It'll start at progress bubble 0's position, just like this. So that's just its default position to start, and then it gets updated as it goes. So yes. So the reason, so this is all fine and dandy. Like we'll start drawing that right now, just for kicks. Let's refresh and do it. Oh, sorry, we have to do a versus match. That's the whole point of this. There we go. Okay, so let's make it. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, yeah. So the problem is that's not getting. We're creating a new one every round now, so it's kind of drawing over itself. It's not. There's nothing telling it to go away from the screen. So even when I quit, there's nothing telling it to go away. So that's why we need to pass it to our progress meter class here, which I already progress indicator. Yes. Okay. So if we're in a practice match, this is null. So it's already null. We don't need to check inside of our progress meter class if it's null. If we're in a practice, it's null. Otherwise, if we're in a versus match, then it would not be null. It would be a circle. So we need to go do our progress meter now, and then all we need to do. Okay, so this yes, that's fine. We do need to do a check. We're gonna leave this. So this is the part to make it go away. Every entity class that I have here has a destruct method. So what that means is what is that called? Dot destruct. So calling this method now will make this go away and stop drawing. So these things are this progress indicator. These things are circles, circle class objects. So when they get called destruct, they do some fancy stuff to remove, to stop drawing. So that's how I keep track of. So basically, I can kind of have a nice, when a round goes away, it gets destroyed. When a round ends and it goes away. I hear aggressive kitten meows. What do you want? Rudy. Hey, can you get Rudy? He's going crazy. Rudy the kitten. All right, anyway. Yes. So I was talking about this destruct for. Oh yeah, I was talking in the big picture kind of thing. So when around, basically, I kind of have this hierarchical way of objects keeping track of other objects, and that way are being responsible for other objects. So that way, when you kind of destroy one thing, it kind of cascades down. So every entity class or every entity object will have a destruct method built in. And then like a round, so when a round ends, the progress meter is a property of the round. So inside of the round's destruct method, it will call the destruct method of the progress meter. And then we can even see that right here, right? Yeah, so here's our round class, a round entity. And it will, when it gets called destruct, its destruct method, it will destroy or destruct the progress meter and all of these other sub things. So then our progress meter gets destroyed, and then our progress meter has some subcomponents, which are the bubbles, progress indicator, op progress indicator, and each of these are their own entities too. So each of them need to get destruct called. These things are special types of entities called drawable entities, where they draw stuff to the screen. So just kind of an entity that's in the game but draws something on the screen. And this is all just my own nomenclature. I mean, I like using entity. I'm not doing an entity component system, as is common in game engines. But an entity basically just means something that's in the game world. But since I'm kind of doing this abstract, typically in a 3D engine or something, an entity might be a actual object in the game or something, or I guess it could be anything. Entity is just kind of like the base class for something that's listening to time, I guess. In my case, entity basically has this special thing where it can listen to events that fire. This is basically an event-driven game engine. So things communicate via events, which, that might not be a good architecture for large-scale things, but for simple games, I think this works just fine. So basically, an entity will always have an event listeners array where it basically that's a function that's attached to some sort of event, which is just a string name right now. That'll all change at some point, but so basically that destruct method is kind of important at the base entity class because it will unlisten to all its events and everything that it does listen to, so that kind of appropriately cleans itself up when you destroy it. Anyway, kind of went off side trail explaining things, but in theory now, I'm destroying this. So if we go here and refresh, set up a competitive game, we should have, some circles there. Now, those don't do anything. Yeah, and they go away now when the round ends, which is good. Perfect. When I quit on this one, the match ends and quits on this one too. To say, like, the opponent quit, your opponent quit. Actually, I should have my consoles open here in our browsers. Okay. All right, so we're drawing a circle on the screen for our opponent progress indicator, but that really doesn't mean anything because it's just a circle and it goes away properly and everything, which is nice, and loads a new one for each round, but we don't actually want that. Well, we do, but we don't. We want it to actually do something. We want it to respond from the server. It needs to listen to something from the server to change. So, actually, now that's making me think if we need Oh, let's see here. Okay. So currently, we need a way for a progress meter Yes, so our progress meter needs to be listening to a special kind of event from the server that says the opponent is now on this circle or whatever. Because as your opponent is gaining progress, basically you just need like a simple message from the server to say, hey, oh, nice. Yeah, see, this is why we need the console open. Okay, so I need to do a check in the destruct of progress meter here. Right here. We need to check if this is null, because in a practice, this is null. So I can't call destruct on null. Gotta love JavaScript. So we need to do if, whoops. And I'll just put a little nice human readable note. If versus match, if in a versus match. Okay. Then we will destruct our whatever. So go back to our browser, refresh. And when we practice now, we shouldn't have a nasty crash. There we go. Okay, so now that that's good, we stay right here in this progress meter class. So remember our progress meter. I say remember like as if you're really keeping track of this, but you're probably really not keeping track of all of this. Anyway, our progress meter is this whole thing. Or it keeps track of this whole thing, right? So it's really just a so I can have one class that kind of has these subcomponents to it, which are just other drawable entities below. So the progress meter in itself is an entity. It just has some other child entities. So we've now added our opponent progress indicator entity to it. So now we've got, a third thing to keep track of. But basically this progress meter entity, I'm letting each of these, it's hard to explain this here. So these are all circles, if that makes sense. Circle classes. When I say circle, I'm talking about the drawable entity circle here. A circle. In my circle.js file. Class circle extends drawable, which drawable extends entity. So a drawable is an entity and a circle is a drawable for the layman. So when I say circle, I'm talking about uppercase C circle. Probably most of the time. We'll say 87% of the time. That's what I'll be referring to. So did I go back to the right thing here? Yes, progress meter. So as I was explaining, and it's JavaScript lovelily demonstrates, I'm being sarcastic with that because it doesn't help you with any types or anything. I just know this going into it, and because I tend to put S's on the ends of things when I mean it's an array or it's a list of things. So this progress bubbles is an array of circles. Let me make sure I'm actually, yeah, I think I can go back here. Progress, whereas progress bubbles is, yes, an array of circles. Okay. So this is an array of circles, and this is a single circle. This is an array of solid shading circles. This is a single hollowed out circle. stroked circle, and this is also now a single stroked circle. So we basically have an array of circles and 2 individual circles as these properties of our progress meter, right? But the progress meter itself doesn't have anything else doesn't. It kind of just acts as like a grouping, more of a grouping kind of entity rather than something specific. But this is one of the cases where most of the times with this engine, especially in this game, everything communicates via events, as I was saying, right? So if you want to tell somebody to do something, usually you throw an event, emit an event to say, okay, cursor drag stopped, right? This would be when the player releases the mouse. Or when the player crashes, this event gets thrown if the player crashes into the wrong bubble. So like if I let go of the mouse, the little snake tail here is actually listening to the cursor drag stopped event. So it knows, oh yeah, okay, so when the cursor drag stops, I disappear. It's like when you crash into the wall, that throws a cursor drag stopped event. You hit the wrong bubble, that throws a cursor drag stopped event. And then these, the progress bar is also listening to the cursor drag stop. So when I release the mouse there, all our bubbles came back. So we start over from square one, right? To make things a little more clear, I'm just going to make my practice round lengths 50 seconds. So instead of 5 seconds, if I want to explain something, yeah, it'll take 50 seconds now. So I can at least just like better show things. All right, so yes, so that, I can have multiple entities that need to care about a certain event happening, like the player releasing the mouse when they were dragging, right? Bunch of different things need to know about that. The server will need to know about that too. Actually, the server doesn't know about that currently yet, but that might be something I get to today. Actually, it will need to be, because when you release, if you're playing a competitive match and you've made it up to, circle 3 there, as we see here, and I release the mouse or crash, I need to tell the server, hey, I reset back to circle 1 or bubble 1. I'm calling these bubbles. These are bubbles. So actually it might be a little different, but we're not going to talk about that yet. So everything basically is communicating through events, except in this case here where every entity, I should say, is kind of communicating between events. But in this case, the progress meter is an entity, and it has its own child entities, and it will manipulate those child entities based on one thing happening. So the reason why that is happening is I didn't want each bubble, each progress bubble, to all check the cursor drag stopped entity and then see if, something changed. I didn't want to have like multiple things check a given event that ends up being kind of redundant, right? So that's why I have this grouping progress meter entity. So it can just be the one thing that listens to this event, and then just because these things are child entities of the progress meter can just kind of control those directly without, I don't want to write myself into some sort of stupid architecture thing, and that ends up causing me to make a bunch of dumb, slow decisions. So that's why I do this. So now the progress meter is now going to be listening to a new event that's going to be opponent. I guess, I don't know what we'll call it. I mean, these names for these events are all kind of opponent, if I could spell opponent right. Or just call it op. No, we'll call it opponent. I like long names. making things hard to read and long names. So opponent bubble, opponent bubble. Just call it opponent target bubble changed for right now. It's a long name, but it's okay. And basically on opponent target bubble changed, we will have to pass. We'll have to know the index of the new bubble. So we'll say bubble ID. And that would be, yes, the ID of the new bubble, or that the bubble that the opponent is now on, right? So the server is going to be the one sending this. So right now I'm just editing the listener event, or the listener function of the progress meter class. So this, we don't need that comma, but I like to put it there in case I need to add extra events later. I'm saving future Jared some work. So we've got our nice little arrow function here that is our listener that is attached to this event. So this event right now, I'm just setting up the listener, as I was saying. The progress meter, this is just the listener event for this. We're not actually throwing this event yet. I'm going to have to go to the server and figure out how we want to set all that up. I'll have to go to the server code and do all that. But I'm actually going to take a bathroom break quick. BRB. All right, I'm back. Man, I forgot I had a Band-Aid on my finger, so I washed my hands and after using the restroom, and now the Band-Aid's all wet, but it's still sticking on. But anyway, where were we? Okay, so we were just setting up our listener, this opponent target bubble change. So I'm just kind of getting in my head of what I'm going to need for that, which would just be the bubble ID, because we're saying, okay, the opponent is now just moved to some other bubble. You know, either they progressed to the next bubble, or maybe they screwed up and crashed. They're not, by crash, I mean they released their mouse, or they hit the wrong bubble, or they hit out of bounds, and then we reset back to bubble 0. So that's what the ID would be. The ID is bubble. The first bubble is bubble 0. We just kind of have a 0 based. So this is bubble 0, orange, and then bubble 1, 2, 3, 4 in this case. So 5 total bubbles, but this bubble, the first bubble, is 0. So then that bubble ID coming in will just be one of those. So basically, all I really need is to then update. So upon this happening, we know the ID. That's all we need. So similarly to what happens in this method here, trying to figure out what this prev ID is. Oh, that's how okay. We don't need to worry about that. In fact, that'll be going away during this stream. Okay, so basically, I'm taking the position of. So the nice thing about circles is their position is just their center. So it's really nice to just have multi-radius circles just easily tie. You just copy the radius of this circle. So that's what this indicator does. It's just looking. It just takes the radius, or I said radius, the position of the next circle, and just copies that center XY coordinate, and then throws it, and then sets itself its own position to that. I said circle. What I just said was really dumb. Okay, so where this is now going to be op progress indicator dot pose. So dot pose is position, and that's a object property that's part of the drawable class, because anything that's drawable on screen should have a position on screen too. 2D pixel position, that is. So basically, I'm just copying what I have here below, and I'm copying basically these two lines for X and Y for up here. So progress bubbles, and then our ID in this case is the bubble ID that came through, and dot pose dot X, and this just changes to Y now. So basically, anytime the opponent's target bubble changes, like it's going to start on 0. It's going to start surrounding bubble 0. It's going to start around here. And then anytime it changes, this event will fire. And then it will, this function here, will simply just set itself to the new index or ID. I kind of use ID and index somewhat interchangeably. We'll just go in, tap into this array, our progress bubbles array with this bubble ID. Grab that bubble, and then do the position X of that and the position Y, and it will get copied over to our opponent progress indicator. So that's all fine and dandy. Now I created this brand new event that has never existed before, opponent target bubble change. Now it's not really like creating an event. There's not really a creating an event. There's not really anything that happens to creating an event. Basically just me typing this here in an event listener array of an entity means we will have a new event that's listening for things to happen. But until we emit something emit this event, so this thing is just a listener, right? It's just waiting for this event to happen. Something needs to actually emit this event now for this listener function to actually do something. So, and that will be over here in our WebSockets wrapper code here. So basically what this is doing is it's kind of this class WebSockets wrapper. Basically, it's the one that sets up our socket and everything to connect to the server. And it also basically parses. We have a message queue. So any messages that come in, it pushes this into the queue, and then the queue gets unloaded the queue gets parsed through every new frame. So any new messages that came in during the last frame while the last frame was being drawn will then get popped out of this queue and run. So I'm just doing like ugly string comparisons here, terrible, whatever, slow, whatever. So that'll all get changed eventually. But basically, okay, so now I created this. Yeah, I created this actually yesterday, kind of prematurely. No, prematurely, that's what I meant to say. I created this prematurely. This is kind of what I'm just trying to do right now, is set this up, and this is bad. Or this, I don't think we need that, because I just came up with a better idea. So basically what we're listening to here is, or we're checking messages that come. So when a new, we're using WebSockets, so like the communication comes in as JSON data. So I parse the JSON data and we add it to our message queue. So it just, basically this just parses out to an object, the actual pure data that comes in from the server. It's parsed out to now a JavaScript object using JSON.parse. And then we add that object to our message queue. And then every message that comes in from the server will have a .message property, so message.message here. So here we're parsing on every new draw that happens. We we check each message from our queue. So the message.message is just that string. So we're doing a switch case to check, if our message.message is a note, a match started, match ended, round started, round ended. So this is all the stuff that can come from the server as of right now. And then, so these are messages from the server, which will then usually in turn emit an event that the rest of the client code will listen to. So that's why I kind of call this WebSockets wrapper, because this is kind of parsing through what the server says and then emitting gameplay code events based on that. So we'll just call this, we'll kind of keep the string short for whatever reason. I'm still comparing strings anyway, which is bad, but whatever. we will call this op bubble we'll make it long, whatever. And then, so that's the message from the server. Put a break here at the end of my end of my case for safety. Whoops, event emitter dot emit. So the event emitter is a special singleton global object, and that's kind of the master that keeps track of the events. So all the entities that listen to objects, they all set that up in their special init function to the global event emitter. And then anytime you want to emit an event, you always call the dot emit of the global event emitter, which does a more atrocious string comparisons and matches, and then emits and then calls all the listener functions that are listening to that event. So yes. Okay, so now we want to emit our function from that we set up just before in our progress meter code here, which is called opponent target bubble changed. So we're listening to the event here in progress meter, and here we're actually firing the event. So, oh, there's a cat here. Hi. What's going on? You done with your training?
Are you live?
Yep, I'm live.
No, I'm not done.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so this is, to make things confusing and whatever, this is our server message, op target bubble changed. And this is just our event name that we're firing just pertains to the client itself. So, so then to get so basically the server needs to tell the client, hey, op target bubble changed, and pass what the new bubble ID is that it changed to. So the message, this part I always kind of confuse myself because I'm just doing it nastily. But basically we send an actually, no, we don't. In this case, I'm just going to send a plain integer as our parameter to our event here that we're emitting. And I think that should be fine. So message, I'm doing this prematurely, kind of. I'm setting this up for the future because the server doesn't even emit this or doesn't even send this message yet. But what I'm going to do is just call it the simple ID property. That'll be the new bubble ID that the server will send. So when the server does a little JavaScript object, and then that will get stringified. I think that's the function. Yeah, JSON.stringify. That'll get stringified into the data. That object. So the object will have a message parameter, which will be this, and then it'll have an ID parameter, and that'll be there. So our client should be good in this case. Now on the server, we are already sending the bubble index. So anytime the player changes in a competitive match, anytime the player pops another bubble, it fires in the server is notified. So, oh yeah, bubble popped right here. So now I'm looking at the server side code here. So basically kind of the same thing. I call this message request. These come in through WebSockets. So we parse the JSON from the client. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'm comparing these two right here. So on the client here, on the event bubble popped, we pass the bubble ID to the server. So the socket sends our JSON string, which is what's our object here. We send the request of bubble popped and the ID of the bubble, which we send as ID. Okay, so this is the client sending that to the server. Hey, when I pop the bubble, here's the bubble I popped. The server will check if the ID of that bubble is the last one, in which case then the player wins, which is a terrible way to validate winning right now. But I just have it working in a very basic configuration for right now, and there'll be much more validation to actually, otherwise a player could just cheat really simply with this. But anyway, so client says, hey, I popped the bubble. Server here is parsing now the bubble popped message that the client sends. And then basically just as a little check, if that player that sent that message is in a match, then call a function on the current round that says the player popped the bubble. So then the current round that the player is in will then parse that. The round object will parse if the player wins or not, whatever. So this is good, but this should also, let's see. So when this happens, yes, we'll parse this. Actually, now I'm going to, instead of a one-liner if statement here, I'm going to make this give it its own little block here. Okay, so player pops the bubble. If the player's in a match, which sounds like a stupid check, but whatever. Don't worry about it. So if the player pops the bubble, we tell the current round of that match, hey, the player popped the bubble. The round will check if the player has won or not or whatever. But immediately we should send to the opponent, the other player, we should send that ID, because the whole point is we're trying to send the opponent the ID of that player, the bubble ID of that player. So I'm trying to think now exactly how I want to achieve that. I could do it just a really quick and dirty way here. So inside of the match, let me just do I'll do some premature code writing here. Okay, so player.match. We're going to have a function called send bubble ID to opponent. And we're going to pass the player in. And then our match object here will determine what the other player is. And I guess we'll just send this. So this, I'm just doing this kind of the quick and dirty way. This is probably going to be nasty, and I'll probably end up fixing it later. But for right now, it's good, and it We just want to get stuff kind of working. And we can kind of clean things up later. So I have to create this function now. So on our match code here, our match object, we are going to have a what was the name of that? Send bubble ID to op. Okay, so player, what did we say? Player and bubble ID. Buble, Michael Buble. Okay, bubble ID. Right? Player, message.id. Yes. Okay. So then I have this terrible way of figuring out players. At least I feel like it's terrible. Okay, well, so we just check if player. We're not doing a triple check here. We're just doing we don't need to check the type. Okay, so if player equals player, this is player 1. Player 0 is player 1. And player 1 is player 2. If that wasn't confusing enough. Oh, hi there, Gears in Motion. Gears in Motion says, hey there, new to JavaScript and trying to wrap my head around it. Nice. Well, I'm trying to wrap my head around it too. Actually, I've been doing it for a few years now. I feel like I have a good idea of how it works. But yeah, you can stick around and see if this seems interesting to you. I'm basically doing a lot of ES6 JavaScript. There might be some newer versions of JavaScript out that I'm taking advantage of too. But yeah, feel free to ask me any questions about what I'm doing specifically with JavaScript or not, or what I'm doing, or if there's something I could be doing better. Let me know. All right, so we are sending the bubble ID. So we're trying to figure out, so the player comes in. We get the player from the WebSocket. So that's what this is we're already all set up here. So this player that comes in is the player, and it sends just itself to the match to say, okay, so this player, have just traversed or just popped this bubble. So in the match, we get the player, but the match doesn't know yet which player is what, right? We got two players, player 1 and player 2, or in this case, player 0 and player 1. So basically, we just need to do this one check here. So if our player that we're passing in is our player 1, player 0, then nice, knowing any JavaScript is better than nothing, so I'm excited to learn. I think that you're doing a great job of explaining how what you're doing works in your game. Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate that, Gears in Motion. I hope I'm explaining things clear and well enough. I mean, some things might be missing some details here and there, but yeah, ask me any questions about what I'm doing. So this single check here should tell us if we're player 0 or not, or player, which is really player 1. In which case, we're going to notify the other player. So we're going to do something with So I didn't actually talk about what I'm doing on the server here in terms of players, but basically when a player currently, so I'm trying to leave this a little flexible for maybe if I say, hey, maybe there's going to be 3 players in a game or 20 players in a game at some point. currently for this match, my match object here, I have player 1, player 2 that just come in, and then they just go into an array called this.players. So obviously player 1 will get position 0 of our array, and player 2 will get position 1 of our array. So that's why when I say player 0 is also player 1 and player 1 is player 2, that's a terrible thing to do. But that should help clear that up a little bit. So the thing is, like, it's always a matter of a player does something, and I'm not storing like an ID or anything to the player class. So the player is known through WebSockets which player is which. And then it's a matter of me comparing the player objects together to figure out which player is what. So a player sent a message to the server. Basically, the server needs to determine, is it player 1 or player 2? By comparing, basically just comparing the player objects. So at this point, I can put an else here. So if player is player 1, then we let player 2 know that they've popped a certain bubble. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, actually, I just thought of something, but we'll address that later. Okay, so this is the ID of the bubble they just popped. So what do I need to do here? Send. Okay, so I'm going to be sending a command then to just that player. So player 1, pop the bubble. We're sending a specific command to player 2. That will just be message. Okay, what did we call our message here? Op target bubble changed. Yes. Okay, so this is the message string that, the message string we're sending to the client. And our next property should be our ID. So I do these commands. These are just all, I'm blanking on the object, anonymous objects, yeah, anonymous objects is good enough. Just creating these anonymous objects on the fly, JavaScript objects that will then get, each of these with their send command will get JSON stringified and then sent down to the client. So the ID, the bubble ID, yeah, thanks for the smiley gears in motion. I said that very eloquently, I'm sure. Okay, so yes, so this is all we need right here. So we're just determining, our little if statement here is just determining which player popped the bubble, and then we're sending to the other player that bubble ID that was just popped. How long have you been working on this game? I did a first version of this maybe way back over probably a year and a half ago. It was maybe like January 2019. I think I started working on this, and I built it out to a certain point. But then it ended up, I built it really, I didn't build it very dynamically. It was just getting very difficult for me to make any changes that would be, like if I wanted to just add features to it, it was just very difficult. The code was just kind of nasty, and and everything. So I decided in January this year, 2020, I actually started redoing it just from scratch. Like I did like a new kind of engine and everything. And I've basically been working on it since January. But I only recently have now, I mean, that sounds like a really long time, but honestly, it was probably only like, I don't know, 40 hours, let's say, over the 6 month, what are we in, August now? Almost September. So over this like 8 to 9 month period, I've probably only worked like 40, 50 hours on it. So just from working with my other job and everything. But I'm now part-time at my current job, and I'm trying to give streaming and working on this game a little bit more attention. So that's why I'm here now, and I'm focusing a lot of attention on it. So yeah, probably only like 50 hours have I actually spent on the game, but in terms of time, but it's been obviously now just this iteration of the engine and everything's now been 8 or 9 months in that sense. So, but all in all, it's a really simple game. And with the engine now, it's really easy for me to make changes and everything. Gears, I don't know if how early you got or at what point you saw in the stream, but it was pretty easy for me to add in our opponent, the basic opponent. Simple, he says. Huh? All right. Let's see what's going on here. There we go. So it was pretty. I'm having the opponent status here. That's what I'm currently working on. This red outer circle here. So it's going to flag where the opponent is. So we've got 2 players playing each other, right? And right now that red circle just stayed. It doesn't do anything yet. That's what I'm working on right now. But it was actually just to get that circle in the engine and working, and to be able to update it with the game logic and everything. That part I'm actually a little proud of, like the engine side of it. Just being able to, for me to add that in as a gameplay, just have this idea to say, okay, I need to add this in. It's pretty smooth process to do that. So me redoing my engine and everything for this game idea back in January has been, I think, worthwhile. And I'm actually thinking I have some other game ideas that will end up using basically this engine in the future, which should just be really nice, because basically all I'm going to have to do is just some gameplay kind of code, and that'll be about it. Anyway, so we can quit here. Okay. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Gears in Motion says, that's really cool. I feel like this kind of game would be very successful on mobile. Thanks. I've thought about mobile, but I don't know if I'm going to do anything with it right now. I kind of am not sure how far I want to push this game, how much money I want to invest in it, I do want to get it up publicly on a server or servers at some point. I'm actually pretty close to being able to do that, so that might be one of my upcoming streams, something like that. But yeah, I'm not so sure about mobile at this point. I was kind of leaning away from it, but we'll see. If this ends up being something really cool to kind of continue working on, then maybe. But for right now, it's just kind of my sandbox little messing around project. Okay, so right now this should be working. We're sending the command to the players of the opponent at the bubble change. So just to quickly verify this, I'm just going to put I'm going to log in the browser. That changed. So now I'm back on the client code here. If we see an op target bubble changed message from the server, we will log just the ID of the bubble that the player has changed, that the opponent has changed to. So we need to set up a join another. Oh, let's refresh. Play and play. Okay, so now in this guy's console here, I'll play on this one. We'll see the event pop up here. 0, 1. Nice, it works. Pleasantly surprised, everything works without me fat fingering anything. Okay, so that is working swell. So now this should all be firing correctly. So once we get the message from the server, opponent has changed a bubble. Oh, I got a little bit of a let's see. I got a little bit of a misnomer thing here now because I was referring to this as target bubble. So using motion, nice. Yeah, and mobile iOS uses Swift and blah, 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 blah. So it would be nice. So it would be back to the beginning of recoding if you want to do that. Yeah, there are some things for doing JavaScript natively. Well, that sounds bad. There are some things to do like JavaScript stuff on mobile and make them actual full apps. But that's part of the reason I don't really want to get into that necessarily. I'm just kind of doing the browser game because it's just simple. I mean, I could just do mobile browser too. But everything works fine. Too well. Evil must be lurking somewhere. Yeah, you're right. Because yesterday I spent like 15 minutes just realizing I had a capital letter somewhere. That's why you got to love JavaScript and stuff. Because you don't actually know if your stuff is spelled correctly and it's working or not. And the browser doesn't tell you anything. It just keeps working fine. But your code doesn't work. Or your game doesn't work. So anyway, now we are emitting our event. This should be showing. I'm going to put a console log now just in here just to make sure that I'm seeing. Okay, so in our progress meter that is listening to opponent target bubble changed, I want to make sure that event's actually firing now. So I'm going to do the same thing I did before. And if everything is working as it should, then this should look exactly the same as the test before. No, it's not. So yeah, we're not getting that. Op target changed. Oh. Well, that needed to be saved. No, because everything was working before. Yeah, we're dealing with something just on the client here. This is not... Everything worked fine before. Opponent target bubble changed. Yeah, that's fine. We're not... Okay, so the event... We're trying to emit the event here. So before I put my console.log, now I just need to make sure I'm not crazy. Because this worked. So in our WebSockets wrapper, when we receive this message from the server, I print the ID of the new bubble. That worked. That totally worked. Refresh. Practice. What am I doing here? Play. play. All right, so in this guy's console, when I change, oh, we got 2 there. Oh, now it works. I must just not have saved or refreshed. Okay. All right, so now, because we see here in our console, I got a 0 logged from progress meter.js line 17. So progress meter.js line 17 is exactly where I logged this before. Okay, so I just didn't save something. So even when stuff works, it doesn't work at all. Also, if you haven't watched it yet, you should totally check out the Netflix series High Score. It is super interesting about the beginning of game development. I actually just had a friend tell me about that like a couple days ago. So I definitely should check that out now. That's been 2 people telling me. So thank you for the suggestion. Okay, let's just... Oh. These freeze. So this kind of froze, these client, or the browsers froze up here because I have a little nice script. Well, I think it's nice. I have a node script, start server.js. I'll just explain this quick. I think I'm clever, but I feel like there's probably a way better way to do this because there's a lot of frameworks and whatever that do this already. But basically just kind of like a little hot reload script. So anytime anything, this is all just node.js. So this is how I start my server here. So I just run node start server.js. And then what it does is it watches for any file changes in the whole game directory, the whole or Git repository, we'll say, and recursively checks for any files inside of folders, whatever. And then if something changes, it kills the app that's running and starts it again, which this basically just restarts my main.js file. So anyway, that way I can just change code, client or server code, and it'll restart the server. And then I just have to go to my browsers and refresh them. And yeah, there's something I could do to make the browser hot reload or whatever. I don't care enough to mess around with all of that. I'm just doing everything myself with vanilla.js. I don't really want to borrow a bunch of libraries and change a bunch of things. So okay, so our progress meter was logging that event that we had. We had that on line 17 before. I already deleted the line, but so we were successfully logged. So this event was firing. So now we are inside of our nicely wrapped arrow function here. So, okay, wait, I need to address what I made a mistake of, so I was using the name opponent target bubble changed. So that's implying that the opponent is now targeting a new bubble, right? So if they, yeah, actually this isn't good enough. This isn't going to work as expected. So this name is implying that, oh, the opponent's target bubble has now changed, right? So if the opponent is playing their way up through the game, whoops, just do a practice here. So this is bubble 0, pink, right? So after I pop pink, then I go to purple, right? So at this point in the game, my target bubble is 0. And then after I get that, my now target bubble is now 1. Now my target bubble is 2, right? 3, 4. But the event that the message that's getting sent to the server is when you pop a bubble. So the browser's sending to the server, hey, I popped a bubble. But if you, so that would work for a little bit. Like the opponent would say, oh, I popped bubble 0. But that's what it's sending to the server. It's saying, I popped bubble 0, but my target bubble is now 1. So if we go to our top level file here on the server, so we get bubble popped, and that's our message.id is the ID of the bubble that was just popped, right? So it's nothing about the next ID. I mean, I'm just doing incremental 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 IDs. So I could just say, oh, the target ID is then, ID plus 1. But the thing that this won't factor is, so this is only listening to bubble popped events. Right here, I've already written the code for this. That doesn't do anything. But this cursor drag stopped is what we need to be listening to from the client as well. So yes, because what happens here is this cursor drag stopped implies that the player's target bubble now goes back to 0, right? Because you crash into the wall here. Our target bubble ID is purple right now, which would be 2. But now if we crash, oh, sorry, it would have been green, 1. When you crash into the wall, you reset back to 0, because now you have to hit orange again. You have to pop orange again. They come back. So I need to also, from the client, whenever you crash into the wall, I also need to send that message to the server. So now I need to think about what the best way to do that is. Let's see. Oh, can't do that here. So I can bubble pop. Okay, so the server is listening to bubble popped. Player quit match. Match wait started. It's bubble popped. Bubble popped is getting emitted only. Okay. So I want to do, yeah, this is kind of a tricky thing here, because the cursor drag stopped event gets emitted in a bunch of different cases. Like we can just see 3 of them. Not a bunch of different cases, maybe 3. Just right here, we're seeing event emitter.emit cursor drag stopped. So here we're emitting cursor drag stopped, cursor drag stopped. And this class, this round.js, my round class here, this is the same object that gets created whether we're in a practice match or not. So the thing is, if you're in a practice match and the cursor drag stopped event gets emitted, I don't want our WebSockets wrapper. Oh, there it is. I don't want our WebSockets wrapper to I don't want it to fire a message to the server saying, hey, the player crashed, the player hit the wall, the player hit the wrong bubble, whatever. I don't want the client just firing that off if the player isn't actually in a versus match playing another player, right? If they're just in a practice match, that should just exist strictly within the browser itself. The server doesn't need to know that the player crashed. So the server can tell the other player that the opponent crashed. Yes. So that's kind of what is happening yes. Not like explicitly. I won't explicitly tell the other player that they crashed. Like there won't be a separate server message for that, at least right now. There'll just be this generic op target bubble changed message, which will be set to 0, which would imply that that your opponent crashed or did something. Okay. So I need to figure out how I'm going to conditionally emit. Oh yeah, I was thinking about this a couple days ago. Or the other day, a couple days ago, whatever. I was thinking about this before. So I was trying to think of, okay, I need to like only conditionally emit a certain event if something happens. Like, because I'm trying to marry the code between a practice match and a versus match as much as I can, a competitive match. Those should mostly be the same things except for a few, because like 90% of the code is basically going to behave the exact same way. There's just a few different things that need to happen when you're in a competitive match. So, and I was, hoping that it's just a simple matter of when I instantiate, like what we're doing in our round creator here, to set up that there's the opponent's progress indicator. Where did I do that? Yeah, right here. So there's just a little if in our round creator function that says if we get a round def, which means a definition of the round from the server, then we set up our opponent progress. Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so doing little one-off if things like that every time we generate a level is okay, but I don't necessarily want to have, So our WebSockets wrapper, there's no like global flag that I could check. So like the WebSockets wrapper, for example, could listen. I will do some sudo, I guess it'll be real code, but just some scratch pad stuff here. Okay, so the cursor, what was that? Cursor drag stopped, right? Cursor drag stopped. So our WebSockets wrapper is going to be listening for this event. And then if it happens, there's not like an easy way, there's not like some global flag where I can say practice match. If, players in a practice match, or not in a practice match, right? Like it would be, if we're not in a practice match, then send the message to the server, this.socket.send, blah, blah, blah. So this is what I would like, but I don't really have a global way that I'm checking if we're in a practice match or not. So maybe I need a global way to do that. cursor drag stopped. All right, let me just do some searching for that. So it would be, I want to see all the places. I want to see all the places where the cursor drag stopped event is emitted. Cursor drag. Just say that. What is this? Match whole word. Preserve case. I don't want to replace. Files to include. I don't want files to include. No results were found. Review your settings for configured exclusions. No. How do I get rid of this? Like that. Event emitter. What? Gotta love VS Code. Okay. That's for regular expression, or that's match whole case. That's use regular expression. Don't want that. Match whole word. Okay. Replace. I don't want to replace. I don't want to replace. I don't want files to exclude or include. I want. All right. I got to use the bathroom again. Where's my notepad? All right, I'm back. Actually, I'll just keep that up and minimize it. All right, so why event emitter? Trying to find everywhere that I emit the event cursor drag stopped. Maybe I need to, it's not. Oh. Oh. Single quotes. Okay. All right. So we're emitting, or we're emitting from player. Okay, so that's when the player crashes into the boundary. Bathroom break equals see things you didn't see before. Yeah, right. Exactly. Get inspiration on the John. Okay, so that's the play area here. This is when we crash into the boundary. Actually, there's 2 of them in there, so I need to see exactly why. Okay, so I'll check play area. Player input, that's when the player releases the mouse. We emit cursor drag stopped. And round, that was the 3 we were looking at in the round class before. When you crash into the wrong bubble or something like that. I want to check why play area has 2. So the play area is our boundary circle, basically. It extends our circle class here. It just has a couple extra fancy things. So I emit cursor drag stopped if we don't hit the circle. So if the cursor goes outside of the circle, when we're dragging, we cursor drag stopped. Okay, so then that's just for the interpolated mouse. Okay, so that's fine. Now I don't remember. Oh yeah. So yeah, there's got to be some. I'm going to have to do some sort of flag to say if it's just going to have to be in the WebSockets wrapper. It's going to have to be just some global this.in. What do I call it? Incompetitive versus match. In versus match equals. No. We'll just say We'll just say practice match, like I've been doing for other things. Practice match equals false by default, I guess. And then I really don't like this, but for right now, let me just make a review note for this. Hey, thanks, Gears in Motion. We'll see you later. Thanks, you take care too. All right. So I don't like, I'm making a to-do to check this later because think more about if this is a good idea. Gotta love that. Okay. I guess we'll instantiate this to false. I guess. Actually, well, yeah. That'll be part of thinking more about if this is a good idea or not later. Okay. So then we can simply just check down here. So if this dot practice match is false, meaning we're in a competitive match, let me just do my nice little one-liner if statement there. Then we're going to send, what do I do? Oh, this should, I'm going to move this up. Cursor drag stopped. Okay. Yeah, I just moved this up with these other events. Okay, so then if we're in a competitive match, we're not in a practice match, then we need to let the server know, hey, let's, what is the best thing for the server to know about? Okay. All right. Okay. So what we just did here then, okay, this is confusing. I'm confusing myself. Okay, yeah, I moved that up here, right? So, hang on, I can't talk and think. Type and think. I can't type and think at the same time here. Okay. Okay, this is .socket.send. All right, this will just be that. For right now, that's fine. Yes, that's all we need to do. Okay. All right, so the problem was that we needed to let the server know, the client needs to let the server know if the cursor drag stops. So if we crash into, cursor drag stops if we let go of the mouse after we're dragging. Cursor drag stops if we go out of bounds. We hit the boundary, play area boundary here. It just automatically goes away. Or if we hit the wrong bubble. So purple is supposed to be the first bubble I hit. But if I hit green instead. So those are all cursor drag stopped events. And the same thing happens. And we have that so that, like, for example, the object that encapsulates our little mouse cursor trail here doesn't have to care why the cursor drag stopped. It just needs to know the cursor drag stopped so it can disappear. It can fade out. It has a nice little animation that fades out. But we want to tell the server when our cursor drag stops, but only if we're in a versus match. If we're in a competitive match, we don't want to, if we're just doing a practice match, all of that, there shouldn't be any server communication going on with just a practice match. All of that code and everything just happens inside the browser. We don't care. We don't care about whatever else. So now we've added to our WebSockets wrapper on the client. It listens for the cursor drag stopped event. So when that happens, we fire off our listener, which checks if this .practice match is false, so which would imply we're in a competitive versus match. So I have that this .practice match is up here, property I've just added. And if that's false, so if we're in a competitive match, not a practice match, then we send that event off to the server. And the server verifies if we're in a match. Okay, so then we'll trace this nice logical path. So then we shoot off our request to the server saying, hey, cursor drag stopped. Server will get to that. We'll parse that and say, oh, okay, well, if you're in a match, then I will send the bubble ID to your opponent 0. The bubble ID 0, right? Because it's implied that if our cursor drag stopped, we have to start over again from the beginning of our, I could be here, And then if I let go of the mouse before hitting purple, boom, we have to start over all the way at 0. Remember, these are 0 base, so the first bubble is actually 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 total, but starts with 0. So that's perfect. This is perfect. This should work. Should work. Should in air quotes. Let's do a nice little one-liner if statement right here. How about that? Okay, so this should all be fine. Okay. Let me just make a little reminder for myself. Actually, no, because I'm going to handle that in a minute here. Okay. So all of this is fine and dandy, except we set our practice match here. So this is just kind of like our little, I've said global flag before, but this is really, this is a property of our WebSockets wrapper class, which is a singleton object. We instantiate it once. I do the fancy exporting a new instance of our WebSockets wrapper. So any file, JavaScript file that imports WebSockets wrapper imports the same instance, a single instance of it. So we need a way, well, so I am fine with the match actually, let's jump over to our menu. Main menu? Yes, okay. So the main menu object class extends menu object, which I don't really remember what's fancy about that. Other than it keeps track of HTML elements, something I did, or it can spawn HTML elements. Because I'm just using basic HTML buttons for this. I didn't want to build my own canvas buttons with like a rectangle and checking the mouse and everything. It's too lazy for that, for right now at least. And I'll be able to style these buttons, some way a lot nicer. But the main menu, okay, so there's two different classes. There's main menu, which extends the menu, and a menu here is a entity, I think, if I recall correctly. So I have a main menu object and an in-game menu JS file, which are both just extend the menu class. The main menu is this one here that has the play and practice buttons, but then the in-game menu is the one that just has the quit button. So like if I come up with some things I want to add, options, buttons, functionality I want to add later, then I can just add it to the in-game menu, like something that's supposed to pop up only in-game, then I can have it just pop up easily. Or something on the main menu, like maybe a tutorial button or options or something, then I can just add that to the main menu. Class, which is kind of I'm doing like specific implementation specific things inside of a class, but I don't really care. I'm not trying to, I don't know. I don't really care about that. So I don't even remember what I was talking about. We're talking about, oh, okay. So I was just explaining menus and buttons a little bit. So menus have an elements. Menu has an elements array, which is actual. Well, right now I currently just have a button wrapper, which is like a little wrapper of my own for wrapping around an HTML button. So then this button wrapper itself would actually do the HTML kind of stuff, the create child element or whatever it's called in JavaScript in the DOM. Yeah, so I don't even remember what I was doing. So on the click of these buttons, so if you click play or you click practice, the play button emits an event called match weight started. Because what that does is that signals, so when it emits match weight started, it can't, if you hit play, that implies, or that means a versus match. I want to play against I want to play a one-on-one match with another player. Maybe I should change this to like play one-on-one or something. So if you hit the play button, it emits the event match weight started. So the WebSockets wrapper is the only thing that listens to match weight started. So then it fires off the request to the server, find match. So then the server knows, okay, this player is ready to find a match. And then when a match is found, aka another player joins, another player says find match, server puts them together in a match. So where was I before? In-game menu? Oh no, main menu. Okay. Main menu. Here we go. So that's what happens when you hit play. But when you hit practice, it just does a match started event right away, which the application is listening for match started and then does all the setup. So when a match is, in the case of a match being found from the server, then the WebSockets wrapper will emit match started. So if you hit practice button, it just emits match started right away, and then the application object sets up a new match. It's just a practice match, just for you, just for this player. But if you hit match weight started, or if you hit play, then it does match weight started. Then when a match is found on the server, the WebSockets wrapper will then emit the match started event, and the application will then set up the match and everything. So I guess what I should do, yeah, okay. So in here, so the match started, this is where all the magic kind of happens. Not really. There's no magic. Okay, so I've already imported WebSockets wrapper. Nice. Okay, so what I'm going to do is very simple. So when the match started event gets emitted, it gets one property gets passed, one argument gets passed in that to the function. Practice match is a Boolean, true or false. So for practice match true, we use that a few different ways here. But I also am going to take advantage of this situation to let the WebSockets wrapper know if we're in a practice match or not, because this is the property I just added to our WebSockets wrapper. So it will know if the player is currently in a practice match or not. Excuse me. So somewhere in here, I'm trying to think of the best place with all these lines. If practice match emit. Okay, so it would be before this. guess we do it like right up here. This dot, oh, sorry, this is not this. This is a global WebSockets wrapper dot practice match equals practice match. So it's a Boolean, true or false if we're in a practice match, true. If we're not, false. And then we just have basically the same property attached to WebSockets wrapper. So WebSockets wrapper doesn't, I think that the application, so in the engine, I treat application kind of as the top level entity, like the top level thing. So like the game code would, well, technically this is game code, but there'd be some game code in here, but it kind of just represents the top level application as a whole. Like this gets instantiated in my entry point main.js file here where that gets run, right? Yeah. Or the app, sorry, I should say the app is also a singleton object. So we have our class, our file here, application.js is a class application, which extends entity. It isn't the application itself is an entity, so it can listen to events is basically all that means. And when we export this out of the application out of the file, we're actually exporting a new instance of application. We're not just exporting the class application. We're exporting a new application object. So that means you can only get one application. WebSockets wrapper is the same thing. It's a singleton. It exports just an instance of the WebSockets wrapper class. So that means in our main.js, this is our entry point file. This is like what the browser runs, starts to execute with main.js. So basically it just does that import app from application.js and then just runs one function app.init, and then everything, the game just works. That's all it takes to just get the game started. Init is a method of the entity class, which just sets up all the event listeners and everything. I'm not going to talk about that too much here. So let's see. I keep going off on these rabbit trails. I need a drink here quick. I'm double fisting here. I've got water and iced coffee. You can hear my swallowing sounds. Everything really nice, right? All right, and we're back. Almost. Okay. Yeah, so I keep going down these rabbit trails to explain things which I think are good. But then I keep forgetting what I was actually trying to do. But it's good for myself to even refamiliarize myself with this stuff. So, okay. So now our server should be successfully listening to cursor drag stopped. Okay. Oh yeah. And we just set up what we just did. Why does this happen? VS Code, what's going on here? Yes, so everything's happening right here in this match started event listener on the application. So when that happens, which will either get fired immediately when the player clicks the practice button, or when the server responds with a match has been found, this event will get emitted. So our application's listening to this event, and a Boolean comes in that says whether we've got a practice match or not. And then what we just set up was we're setting this we've got a Boolean property called practice match, named the same, on our WebSockets wrapper singleton object. So we just set that at the time of a match getting started. So our WebSockets wrapper will always have the current status, whether we're in a practice match or not. That's good. I actually feel pretty good about that. I didn't have to do anything horribly ugly. I still think there might be a better way to do something like that, so I made a little to-do for myself. in my WebSockets wrapper to check that. But I'm going to interrupt myself here quick. I am also recording this to disk, this stream to disk, and I will upload it to YouTube. So that's why I'm saying even though there's one person in chat, that's why I was still saying their name and making it apparent that I'm reading the chat, because the YouTube video will not have the chat in it. It'll just be the plain stream. All right, so we've been streaming for 2 hours, 2 hours, 11 minutes. My file size is up to not even a gig yet, so that's good. So we'll probably be going another couple hours. We'll only have a 2.5, 3 gig file maybe. Fantastic. Okay. So our WebSockets wrapper will now, okay, so the reason why we needed the WebSockets wrapper needed to know if we're in a practice match is because when a cursor drag stopped event happens, it's going to tell the server that the player crashed. But only, obviously, if we're in a versus match. If we're just playing a practice match, it should not be telling the server that the player just crashed. So this, now, another little side note here. This probably won't happen in the future. What I'm thinking will end up happening is just every time the player moves the mouse, drags the mouse, that will get sent to the server, and then the server itself will evaluate whether or not the player crashed or not. I'm just doing this kind of insecure way for the meantime, just to get things working. Just to actually make competitive play available right now. Okay, so this should all be fine now. We're only letting the server know that cursor drag stopped if we're in a competitive match. So then, if a cursor drag stops in a competitive match, checks if the player is in a match appropriately. And then if the player's in a match, it will send the bubble ID to the other player, to that player's opponent. And it passes itself and passes the player and bubble 0. Because if you hit a cursor drag stop, you're always going to be resetting from the beginning. All right, so that should all be working. The only other thing is that I was saying this earlier. Send bubble ID to opponent. This should be the new target. Okay, so the server here is listening for player or bubble popped messages from the player. And when the bubble is popped, the player or the browser is sending the ID to the server that was of the bubble that was popped. So it comes in through message ID here. So that's good. We parse which the round. Okay, so we do that so the round can check. Okay, it'll check when the player pops the last bubble, then it'll know that the player won. That player won. So we need to send the target bubble, the new target bubble to the opponent. So when a bubble is popped, so let's say we pop the first bubble 0. So we pop bubble 0. So message.id sent to the server would be 0. But when we send bubble ID to opponent, we need to be sending the next, but we're sending the target bubble. So this should actually say send target bubble. Yeah, let me just rename that. So send target bubble ID. So now we got a really nice long function name here. So send target bubble ID to opponent. So it needs to be this, the bubble that was just popped plus 1. But I want to make sure that if you pop the last bubble, it doesn't send send target bubble ID to opponent. Sorry, I'm just going off on a big thought tangent here in my own head. All right, well, just to do this quick and dirty without spending a bunch of time thinking about it, without drawing diagrams and graphs and opening up a spreadsheet, which may happen from time to time. Sorry, I got an ice chip in my mouth there. Oh, I've just been going nonstop for like 2 hours. I'm going to need to take a break at some point here. Or get a lozenge or something. Okay, so for right now, the quick and dirty thing is I'm just going to send the bubble ID, the bubble that was just popped, plus 1. So we're sending to the next player. RGLA, hi. Welcome. Quick and dirty. Did I just say quick and dirty? Or are you just saying that? Oh, yeah, I just said it, didn't I? The quick and dirty way. Yes, so I'm just going to take the ID of the bubble that was just popped, add 1 to it, and send that to the opponent. So then the opponent will know, oh, the player's new target bubble is this next one. But this will technically break because maybe I could, yeah. Because if the player wins, okay, so if the player pops the last bubble, then player.match.current round, player pop bubble, they will, the round object, the current round here, will assess whether or not the player just popped the last bubble and therefore won the match. So therefore, message ID plus 1 will be a bubble that doesn't exist, the ID of a bubble that does not exist. Because they popped the last bubble, which this ID would then be the last bubble that they just popped. So that bubble ID plus 1 will be something that doesn't exist. So there needs to be some way, maybe. So at this point, the level should end. But maybe I can just have maybe I can have this function return a Boolean whether or not the match is over or the round is over or not. Because if the round's over, then I don't care about sending. Because if the round is over, I don't care about sending this target bubble to the player because obviously there's no more target bubbles. And the player would have won the match. So then the opponent obviously is going to see that the match is ended. So I need to maybe have this function return a Boolean that just says, okay, so player popped bubble, round, player popped bubble. Okay, so if clear timeout, blah, blah, blah. Oh, nice. Okay. So we can do, yeah, that's to do temporary for now. Just okay, yeah. So this is just the if statement that's analyzing whether or not the player won or not, which is just very crude for right now and very hackable, let's say. So I guess from here we'll just return. You know what? Why don't we just send the message if the, okay, so this is if the player won, right? Yes, player won, else, okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to refactor this thing here. So instead of this line happening here, no, for clarity's sake, we're just going to go return player popped. Nah, let's see. Actually, yeah, I'm going to do, thanks for the V-hug, Aaron, and the Charizard. I'm actually uploading this stream to YouTube. So I've got it. Well, okay, so I'm not streaming to YouTube in addition to this, but I'm recording a file. So I'm just going to have this mega huge file of the stream that I'll upload to YouTube for later. Yesterday was just a test, but today is the legit game stream, the official terrible JavaScript game dev stream. 2.5 hours already, yes. Yeah, I ended up doing 5 hours yesterday, 5.3 hours. IPR Zach D hopped on right after you left. Did you see that Romania or some other country came out with 1,000 terabytes a second? 1,000 terabytes? You mean 1,000? You mean 1,000 gigs, right? Oh, you said terabit. Sorry, not terabytes. I'll have to look that up. That's crazy. All right, so what am I doing here? Okay, I'm going to move. Yes, I'm going to. So this is our win scenario here, this if statement. So when we pop the bubble, this if statement just checks if the bubble is the last bubble. The bubble that was just popped by this player is the last bubble, then that player wins. It's just a terrible way, just a terrible hacky way to do it. But for right now, it's fine, and it works. So also then from in here, I should send the notification to, so up here at this level, at the application level, we're parsing our bubble pop thing. Then we call that function, player pop bubble function on the round. That's this. And then I only want to send the target bubble to the opponent if the player didn't just pop the last bubble. Like if the player didn't we don't need to send the target bubble ID to the opponent if the player just won. Like the match is over. There's no ID after that last bubble. So this whole line here, oh my goodness, what is that? Okay. I don't know, my highlighting, that was nuts. I think that's just VS Code. VS Code, and it's really terrible. Whatever. Wait, did I just delete that or cut it? Cut. Okay. Okay, so now we're just going to do the parsing. We're going to send the opponent. We're going to send that from right here. I'm not even going to put a comment on there. It's pretty obvious. Okay. Player, yes. Okay, so the player comes into there, and then, oh, wait. This will be an else. Okay, yeah. Inside the if statement is if we win. Okay, so this is if a win. If the player wins, we win, whatever. It just logs player 1, whatever, to the server. Otherwise, we want to send. So if the player didn't win, then we need to send. Yeah. Yes. This looks good for now. This looks good in the most terrible sort of way. Right, so this should be fine. And let's just go back to a nice little one-liner if statement. Got to save lines, as few lines as possible. All right. So that should be it. Yes. Okay. So now now we can test it. 178 terabits per second. Scientists build world fastest internet. Shh. Download all of Netflix in 1 second. Well, you were only off by like 5x. That's crazy. 178 terabits per second. Yeah, I'd have to look at that. Look at that more in depth. Opponent target bubble changed. Okay. Yes, so now we're back here. So let's CLG this. aka console.log. It says in London that the 178 terabits. Gotcha. Okay, so we actually were logging this before, but now I've just added it back in so we can test. Because now we should be able to see, we should appropriately be able to see the new target bubble logged in our browser. So if I do, we got to refresh these. Play, refresh, play. So in this, so we'll see in this log here, we'll see the ID of that this player is doing, and we'll do a cursor drag stop to see this go back to 0. Okay, something crashed on the server here. Reference error, message is not defined. Message, oh, yes, because I moved that function. Okay, so out here in our application, where we're parsing each message from the client, we have the message.id, which would be the bubble ID in the case of this bubble popped message or request coming from the client. But we're going to, so we pass the message ID. But what I did is I just copied, I had that line here to send the target bubble ID to the opponent. I had that out here with the message ID +1. But it needs to be, round, right? Yeah, round. Yeah, so I'm doing message ID +1 because I just copied and pasted that whole line, but that doesn't exist in the scope of this function. So it needs to be the bubble ID because that's exactly what was getting passed there before. So it's just bubble ID +1. So this is the message.id from the application file here. Anyway. Okay. So now that should actually all work. We should, okay, yep, so our app restarted appropriately. Okay, so let's play. We've refreshed our browsers, let's play. Okay, so once again, now I'll play on this one. And in this browser, we should see the ID of the next bubble. So it's set initially to 0. So now when I do this, it should be 1, 2, and then if I, let me release, now it should go to 0. There we go, when I released it early. So that's working exactly as we want. So now our whole point is we want to just have the red circle. That's our opponent indicator. We want that to move along up here. So all that needs to do is just change its position. So actually we already pretty much did all of that. That was actually one of the first things we did. So we have the event. Actually, didn't I? Oh, actually, this should already be working. It should already be working, but I must not be passing the bubble. You need something? Yeah. Oh.
Do you want pizza in a half hour?
Okay. Sorry, I'm back. This is still running. Don't really need these running. Okay. Now wait. Well, okay, wait a minute though. This should This should be working. The op progress indicator. Wait, was it working? And I wasn't paying attention. I couldn't see it. That's very possible. Okay, so we need to move this guy like way over here. So let's just refresh these bad boys. Play. And play. All right, so now we're looking for, is this red thing actually moving? Oh, it is. Look at that. I just had it covered up before, so I couldn't even see. I was looking in the console. Yeah, so that's working. So now I can see that. So now with this player, I can see that I'm supposed to be on. The red is moving appropriately. Now, the other thing I just thought of, so that all sounds fine and dandy. But I'm not sure if that's the exact information we want the player to know. Like, do they want to know? It's like, do you want to know where your opponent is supposed to be going next? Yeah, actually you do. So I was going to say the other option would be, do you want to just know exactly what the player has already popped? The bubbles the player has already popped. Do you want to know what they've already popped, or do you want to know what they're supposed to pop next? So I guess for kind of I guess for clarity's sake, or clarity's sake, since you're the black, since the player is the black ring, your progress is shown by the black, and your target is the next one. It only makes sense that this red ring would also be the target of your opponent, rather than like your opponent's progress. Now, if I were to switch to some other type of indicator, like instead of a circle, like maybe the opponent's would just be like a line or something, like, oh, the opponent is here. The opponent is trying. The opponent has already traversed this square. Like, then it would move up. It would be like, oh, the opponent's here. Now the opponent has traversed this one. Now the opponent, or sorry, not traversed. Popped. Now the opponent has popped this bubble. Now the opponent has popped this one. I think the way we've got it for now is perfectly fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'm going to use the bathroom, but I think what we're going to have next is, instead of currently so if I hit a bubble, oh, the match ended because we hit 25 rounds. Okay. Let's practice here. So currently, when you pop the bubble, it disappears from the progress bar here. But it'd be better if it just like shrunk rather than disappeared. Like, it'd be better if it had maybe a cool animation and like just shrunk really small or something. So that's what we're going to do next after I return from the restroom. Be right back. Nice and bold. All right, I'm back. Still there, RGLA? I forgot I had my Band-Aid on again. Oops, just minimize this. Yeah, I had a Band-Aid on, and I just washed my hands after using the bathroom again, and forgot I had the Band-Aid on my hand, and now it got really wet. I had to throw it out this time, so now I don't have a Band-Aid. I'll have to get a new one later, I guess. All right. So we're talking about shrinking these bubbles rather than making them disappear. So that should be pretty straightforward to do. I would like to do an animation. Like, it'd be obviously very easy because the way that it's currently implemented, I believe, is it just sets radius to 0 of this circle. Like, the circle doesn't disappear. It just goes to a radius of 0. In other words, it's still getting drawn to the screen, but just with a radius of 0. So, yeah, actually, that line is right here in our progress meter. So there's a function that gets called by the round. Once again, this is another one of those cases where the round is notifying. The round is notifying, or a parent entity is notifying a child entity of something that happens through just accessing a property or a method or something of the child entity, rather than the whole event-driven thing that was kind of talking about earlier, where most things in the game engine talk to each other via events getting thrown, events getting emitted, and then other entities listening to those events. But in this case, this is another one of those where I'm just using like a child entity of a parent. Some parent entity is just taking commands right because it's a child, and the parent has that reference to it. So this set target bubble ID is where the indicator so the round is the round object. Somewhere up here, I'll close my main. Okay. The round object up here is what's keeping track of the score, or like the player's progress. Or it's keeping, I should say, not keeping track of it is keeping track of the progress. Ugh, this happened again. VS Code, come on. Okay, the progress meter is just a graphical thing as far as the game goes. Like, there's no state in this that is being read for anything important. Get rid of this console.log. We don't need that. So the round itself is the one keeping track of like the meaningful game state, to say, okay, the player has popped like these 3 bubbles or whatever. So now the next bubble is this one. Because if you run into another bubble, the round needs to know, oh, that was the wrong bubble. The round is keeping track of that. The progress meter is just kind of a graphical component only. Like, there's no state actually in it. That's why I call it the progress meter, because that's kind of implying that it's it's a meter. It's just some sort of thing that's on the screen. It's purely a side effect of some state that's kept somewhere else, right? Now, I mean, like the indicator bubble or the indicator circle, these indicator circles obviously have like their positions and everything, but so like that's there, but there's no like actual state that's being read about the game being here. This is purely just like a graphical. Like, we could just not do this progress meter class at all, and the game would just keep running fine. The player wouldn't be able to see what the next bubble was, but it would work. So, in this spot here where we've got our set target bubble ID, what we're doing is we're moving. So we're stepping our player's progress indicator up to the next bubble in the progress indicator, right? So whenever the round calls this function, whenever the round object calls this set target bubble ID, it passes in the new ID, the new target ID, and then the previous ID, the bubble that would have just been popped, i.e. the bubble that would have just been popped. So it calls that function, and then that's where our progress indicator gets moved up to the next one. But then this one line here, this.progress bubbles previous ID. So in other words, our previous bubble, the radius gets set to 0, size.r, r for radius. gets set to 0. So that's why it just disappears when you know. So if I set R to 5, oops, okay, there we go. Then, if you can see there, we've just got a little tiny green circle now with a radius of 5. And then these would just all get set to a small size like that. Now that's what I want, but I actually would like to make it a little prettier with like an animation. And I'd also like to animate the indicator actually like sliding to the next circle. That'd be cool too. So yeah, so it'd be cool if they, and not 5 pixels, but it would be cool if, oh, another thing I'll mention too is I'm using pixels right now for all of this, which is not what I'll end up, it's not what I will end up with. Well, I will, but I'm just dealing with like these absolute pixel values in a really terrible way. Like these are just magic numbers floating inside of our progress meter class, or the radius of 40. I'm leaving them like that for now, but once I get to, once I start to work on like the resizable, well, at some point I'd like to have like a component that manages where everything is laid out on the screen, like the sizes of, and actually that kind of works that way right now. Right. Well, right now, for example, I'm resizing the browser window and nothing's happening with the game. Like you can see that, in fact, my canvas window is this color here, this slightly off white color. And here is just empty browser window. So obviously the game doesn't respond to the resize at all. And I'm aware of that. That's something I'm going to be adding in. But it doesn't do it real time. It doesn't respond to it real time. But as I made that window bigger, you should notice this part actually will scale. So if we practice, this is a lot bigger now. This is still the same. And the, you know, all this stuff is like slid up, whatever. But this thing will center up. So the play area will center up all the time. And the bubble sizes will scale appropriately. But these parts don't. So what I will be doing is I just added, you know, the progress bar part just kind of in willy-nilly. Like these are, these you can maybe tell the progress bar and the timer bar are both more or less at the same height. So they are fixed, I guess, I think, yeah, they're fixed absolutely from the top of the window, meaning absolute position, rather than, whereas this is like a relative position. So I'd like to obviously get these into relative positions as well, and sizes, so that these would also get bigger, you know, as the overall window size got bigger, would grow or whatever, obviously within reason. You know, so that way you could also like shrink the window. Now I don't know how this will work. Oh yeah, see, like that shrinks really nicely there. So you could play really tight, and maybe that would even be an advantage of just having a really tiny screen. In fact, I think that would be an advantage. So let's just go back. So at some point, I have in my notes to, you know, make this responsive based on the window size and everything, and also make the whole window, everything respond when the window is resized, when the window is scaled. The canvas doesn't even scale. The HTML canvas doesn't even scale right now. So that's something I've been kind of thinking about doing at some point, but not yet. And I might not even have it when I first initially release like a version of this publicly. Like obviously be released publicly with kind of the alpha title on it. Very not ready yet. Or very developmental, I should say. Experimental. Well, when I do plan to release this, it will be more released under, when I do have a public version of it running, it'll be more released under like, hey, anybody watching the stream, you can kind of try out the game yourself too, like right here, and somebody watching the stream could just start playing the game. Start playing, that the latest stable build of it, whatever that would look like. So anyway, I want to get some animations going, is what we're getting to here. So right now I just have the radius change, like a smaller radius, 5 pixel radius or whatever, instead of a 40. But I'd like to do two things. I'd like it to animate to like a smaller size, not 5 pixels. Let's do half the size, 40 pixel radius, 20 pixels. Hitting wrong keys. Okay. So now, maybe a little smaller than that. Let's go 10, just to see what that looks like for right now. And yes, I realize I just said all those absolute numbers are whatever. Nah, that's too small. 15. We're going 15 pixels. Yeah, and like I was saying, these sizes will all be relative. They'll all be calculated. Their actual pixel value size will be calculated on the fly based on the size of the window. Oh, I didn't refresh. Yeah, that's better. But it'd be cool if it kind of zoomed down to a smaller size. Rather than just, obviously instantly turn into that smaller size. And it'd be cool if, it feels responsive in this way, but it'd be cool. It would be way better if it, scaled itself rather than just instantly turn to that smaller size. Now, I happen to already have animation stuff in place for that, which is fantastic. I just need to think about how I want. Yeah, this might require a little more thought. Well, we could do just a quick and dirty example at least for right now. Quick and dirty. Going back to that. Quick and dirty. RGLA. If you're still in the chat. Import animation from animation. JS, maybe is the right one. Files, I have animation 2D. Okay, so yeah, animation would just be a single value animated. Animation 2D would be like animating an X and a Y coordinate easily. Yes, okay, animation extends timer. Yes. Oh, and I also Hourglass old. Yeah, I need to remember how to do animations. Just reference what I've done before. Okay. This anim equals new animation. Max duration. Okay. And then the equation that we're using for the animation. Start value. Start value and the end value. Okay. I'll just copy and paste this. Oh, and we need to init it. Okay. Okay, I don't need to look at that anymore. Progress meter. Okay. So just for an example, I will do, this.anim. I will actually just do like I was, this.anim. Just null to start. Okay, so then just to show animations working, we'll do 100 milliseconds. Okay, so I'm going to need to refactor a few things to make this really work nicely. But for now, because each bubble is going to have its own animation entity attached to it. But for right now, okay. Okay, so we start with anim equals null. Yeah, so what I was saying before is each bubble in the progress bar bubble, each progress bubble, which is just a circle, is actually probably now going to need to be its own new class. I'll probably have to create a new class for it, probably called progress bubble, appropriately named. And then the progress bubble will then have like an animation attached to it. And then that way I can nicely, that way the progress bubble can just keep track of its own size and everything. Because right now the progress meter is just changing the size of each of those bubbles, the progress bubbles, which are just circles. So a circle by itself, when I say circle, I mean the circle drawable entity, which by itself is just a circle. So I would potentially, my progress bubble, I would need to create a progress bubble class that would extend circle, because right now it's just a circle. It's just an instance of circle. And then that progress bubble would then have an animation property, object that's a property. So let's do equation. I want something. Actually, I don't really care. Let's just do so I will talk more about this animation system at some point in the future, but basically to do an animation, you set a duration for how long the animation is going to be. You specify an equation that you're passing. So this is what will be animated over the duration of our time. So in this case, I'm doing t, like if you just wanted a linear animation, like where something just changes linearly over time at a perfect, this is basically like y equals x. On I'll show a little example of it. So if we fire up Desmos here, so basically we zoom in on this. As time increases, this is what our value, okay, so as x is time, so as each frame goes by, we get the new frame time. And then we're interpolating kind of along some sort of equation. So in the case of just a linear equation, which would be just t returns t, so x. So this is basically saying y equals x, because y is going to be set to whatever this function returns. This is just a little dinky shorthand arrow function. So t goes in as a parameter, t comes out with no modification. Whereas you do, x squared, then you get a, parabola. But we're only concerned about from 0 0 to 1, 1. So you have kind of a slow start animated curve, which will look nice versus a linear thing, which would look ugly. Linear looks ugly and calculated and whatever. But this, well, and this probably will look ugly too, but whatever. Okay, so now I copied and pasted this from another file, an old file that I just had for reference. So I need to fill this out more appropriately here. So the start val is the val. Okay, so the way I have the animation set up is it'll easily just give you a. You can put in the start value you want. So like if I wanted to animate, t squared, t times t. If I wanted to animate t squared over 100 milliseconds, but I wanted to animate the value between 50 and 100, then I'd put 50 as my start value and 100 as my end value. And then this onTick function, which this onTick will be a function, which will return that new value every frame, the new animated value every frame, right? So if we're animating between 50 and 100, the first one might be 51.2. The first value after the first frame might be 51.2, right? So then that would run in onTick. Every frame, onTick would run once. And our new, 51.2 would be right here. And then we could do whatever we wanted with 51.2. In our case, we're just going to be animating between 40 and, what did we say? 40 is our start size, right? Was our progress bubble start size. And what did I go down to? 15? 15. So in that case, we're just animating between 40 and 15. Whoops. Which obviously, once again, I'm just doing the quick and dirty solution. These are just nasty hard-coded numbers. This max duration and everything, like I'm saying, the animation will take 100 milliseconds. Could easily you can scale that way up and make your animation take forever, whatever. In this case, I'm just like these numbers will get moved to like the config file later, where I've got like all the numbers for everything, the durations of timers and how long the level takes and how many bubbles there are. All those numbers should be in the config file. But for right now, I'm just putting these hard-coded, and this isn't even the place where this needs to be. I just want to at least get one bubble animating just to see it working and make sure everything looks, make sure that is what we want before moving to actually do this the right way. So, okay, so we're animating between 40 and 15. And then our onTick function, we want to update this every frame. So then we're simply setting the radius of our progress bubble to the new value, right? So this will be some sort of number between 40 and 15 every frame until our 100 milliseconds has elapsed. So yeah, and then I can comment this out because we don't want it. Now this is a really dumb place to put this. In fact, actually, just to even make it slightly better, I need to remember to get rid of this. This .anim.init. I'm going to put that here. No, actually, never mind. Now, I did make some tweaks to how I did the animation, so I need to actually refamiliarize myself with that once I start to do the real thing. But this should be good enough. Once I call this .anim init, it should start running the animation. Now, it's in this function, which is really dumb. because this runs every time you need to change the bubble ID. So it would set this.anim to a new animation every time, and it wouldn't destruct that animation at all ever, which is bad. So this is just a very temporary thing. This would be kind of like a memory leak kind of thing if I kept to this. But for what we're doing right now, this will be fine. Oops. Okay. Okay. We only need one of these. Nice. Nice, nice. Feels good. Actually, why? Oh. Yeah, as long as I don't. Nice, it does. Okay. Now, I want to do the inverse of this. I want to do 1 minus I need to okay. I need to just view this again. Okay, so we want to do the inverse of y equals x squared, which is not. I found a nice video explaining animations and everything, which would not just be the square root of x. Y does not equal the square root of x. I want this to be I want this to be the actual. So y needs to equal 1 minus x oh yeah. This is what it needs to be. It needs to be 1 minus x. Yes. Okay, this is what we want. 1 minus x squared. 1 minus x needs to be squared, then 1 minus. So it flips stuff around or whatever. Okay. So this way, so this animation is kind of slow to start. Which doesn't, I mean, in my case, it feels kind of slow to start, not as responsive, right? Whereas this one will, boom, start off at a high value like right away and then ease off, like so it gets slower over time. So the size will shrink rapidly and then get slower over time, which I think would feel better. It feels more responsive. It feels more like bang, I all of a sudden, for example, we're 0.1 of the way through our animation, which in this case would be what? 100 milliseconds. We're doing 100 milliseconds along here. So this would be 10 milliseconds. We're already like, a good chunk. We're already 20% through, 20% smaller, or whatever that would be. Yeah, I guess it would be that. All right. I'm not the big math guy that maybe I should be. All right. Anyway, so we want, I'll leave this up for reference here. We want this function instead of, we're just doing this one. T equals t times t, but then we need to do t equals 1 minus t, blah, 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 blah. And I might as well just do this ugly as well with, okay, t equals 1 minus, I'm just going to do math.pow. T equals 1 minus 1 minus t. Yes. And then we're math, so we're, oh, this needs to be squared. That's how math.pow works. So we are squaring 1 minus t, and then we're doing 1 minus that value. So refresh, practice. Yeah, I like that way more. Let's just do a quick comparison. Okay, so this is t times t. Comment this one out. Okay, this is, yeah, it gets like faster over time, which we don't want. We want it fast right away. We want it to feel like, bang, I just hit the, these animations where the circles disappear too, that's kind of the same thing. So let's switch that back to our other function here and refresh. Okay, practice. Yes, that feels much better. Okay. And yeah, I really like that actually. Now I'm just trying to, I'm looking at this while trying to play just to see how it feels. Not like that even really matters that much, but okay. Yeah. That feels pretty good. The next, okay, so the other problem is these animations. It's not, it looks like it's done the right way, but it's not. Also, yeah, I need to do some stuff now to clean up these animations. And I'm also, I might take this as a good time to set up the reverse animation. Well, because for example, let's make this like 1 second. So the animation will take 1 second to complete. So like really slow. Oops. You know, actually that's kind of cool, but really, yeah, not very responsive feeling. So, well, obviously too, I want to have like an animation for unwinding too, for them when you mess up, when you crash or whatever, they need to reset. Oh yeah, see, like there's some broken stuff here. That was what I was trying to, that was what I was going to explain. So if we practice here, if I crash before the animation is completed, it doesn't matter. There's nothing canceling the animation. There's nothing saying, whoa, animation, undo yourself, or, you know, stop and reverse or play, you know, there's nothing saying that. So that's what I need to do. You know, the animation will just continue playing itself out because there's no logic saying go back. And when you might, you know, obviously when the animation's done and I crash, then it goes back. But while the animation is still playing, the crash will say, go back to this full size, but then the animation will like overwrite it again and go back to the smaller size that was calculated through the animation. So that's why I'm saying each of these bubbles needs to have their own animation, be responsible for their own animation. And then they can decide when something needs to be stopped, paused, undone, reversed, whatever. So that will be much, much better. And then we can have way more like kind of cool, or then it would just, yeah, obviously there wouldn't be bugs like this. Well, it's not a bug because I knew that was going to happen, right? It's not a bug if I know it's not a bug if I knew beforehand when I was writing it that it was a bug, right? Or that it was a problem. I need some water and stuff. Check my file size here now. We've been streaming for 3 hours, 16 minutes. And my file is 1.4 gigabytes, so that's what's going up to YouTube later. Wow. .41 gigabytes. That's not bad for 3 hours. 1080p stream. My monitor is 1440 and I'm zoomed in, so that's kind of not optimal, but I'd rather not be. Can you even do 1440p streams on Twitch, whatever? Yeah, you can do that, I would assume. Anyway. All right, so I'll start to crack this stuff open here. I think I'm probably going to be taking a lunch break in a bit. Let's see. So, okay. So we're now going to need, so right now these progress bubbles, each bubble that's along the side is just a circle entity, drawable entity object, which is great. But now we need to attach some sort of animation to it, and we want that bubble to keep track of its own animation. The progress meter doesn't need to care about where the state of the animation is. It doesn't, if that makes sense. Like, it doesn't need, hang on a second here. Sorry, getting distracted here with other things while live on stream in front of millions of people. Actually, currently only 2 people, and one of them is me. Okay. So I was saying so eloquently before that the progress meter itself does not need to care about the state of the animation of one of the progress bubbles. We'll say the circles. It doesn't need to care about that. The progress bubble itself should just be caring about where it is in the animation. And the progress bubble should just be taking like just have a couple of methods attached to it that says like start shrinking, stop shrink, or start. Yeah, I guess you know what I mean. Like if the player pops the bubble, it needs to start the animation to shrink. If the player does, if a cursor drag stopped event happens, it needs to expand. So actually now, yeah, that'll actually make things a little more clean too, because now the progress in a cursor drag stopped event, The progress bubble itself can actually just refer to that event. And then, yeah, I think we could do that. The progress bubble itself can just listen to the cursor drag stop event. Instead of, in this case, the progress meter itself just does a for each. So when the cursor drag is stopped, the progress meter itself does a for each on each progress bubble and then sets its radius back to 40. Because that would have been 0, originally what it was. So they'd disappear. So it'd be 0, and then you crash. You crash the cursor, whatever, go out of bounds, and then it goes back to 40. Or you release the mouse, whatever.
Pizza.
Oh, all right. It's pizza break, lunch break. I'm just going to keep the stream rolling, and just with a little note. Just going to leave my B right back. Pizza break. Yum. All right. Back in a few. All right. I'm back from lunch. Okay. Where were we? That's right. We've got our animations working technically. Yeah, that's another. Well. Oh, yeah. Gotta love JavaScript and garbage collection and junk like that. Okay, so we need to modify our progress bubble. We need to actually create a progress bubble class now. So currently these are just circle instances of the circle drawable entity. But we need to actually create a new class that extends circle, and then it'll add an extra little thing in there for animation. Yes, that's what we'll do for right now. So I think we will go to, well, new file here. Progress bubble, we're going to call this now, .js. So not to confuse things with the bubble class, because there is a bubble class for the bubbles that are in the game. Not to confuse with those, but because those are different, or those have some different functionality for checking the cursor and everything. But this progress bubble isn't going to be too much more different than just a circle. So I'm actually going to just copy some of this text here just to get myself going here. So I don't have to type as much. Whoops. Okay. Import animate. Yeah, we're going to do not entity. This is going to be circle. Circle is a drawable, which drawable is an entity. So circle.js. So then this, we're creating a new class called progress bubble, and we are extending circle. So now in this case, a progress bubble, an entity, there's a drawable, which is an entity, and then there's a circle, which is a drawable, and now there is a progress bubble, which is a circle. So a progress bubble is still an entity, just this long inheritance hierarchy that we have now, which I'm trying to stay away from too much inheritance stuff, but in the case of this simple game, I think we're totally fine. Okay, so we've got our progress. I'm probably going to need to pull over some more boilerplate so I know what I'm doing. Well, we can type constructor at least. Yeah, we're going to need params for basically any entity, anything that extends from entity at some point. Should usually just take a single argument in the constructor, which I'm just referring to as params for right now. And then we're always going to need to call super params, and you're going to need to do any drawable entity, which is a circle is a drawable. So that's always going to need some params. So those get all destructured here with JavaScript destructuring. We got color, size, position. So like a drawable is always going to need these properties pulled in through the constructor. Or at least that's how I just have it defined for right now. And I don't think there's any reason to change. So we're taking in params then as our progress bubble, and then those params will go up to the we'll go to the super constructor of our drawable and whatever and circle. And then actually I don't even think we need to pull any params for the progress bubble class itself. We're just going to have we'll just call it this .anim for animation. And okay, so init is actually part of, oh, wait a minute, did I do, oh no, I didn't. I didn't use that. Okay, I remember doing something with that, but I got rid of it. Okay. So init is a method of entity that's where all the event listeners get set up, which means this .event, that also means, excuse me, we're not going to have anything yet, but the init method of entity, which progress bubble is a circle, which is a drawable, which is an entity. And this is where all the event listeners get registered with the global event emitter, the event emitter object. So in the case here where I'm saying init, because I'm going to init this animation, I also need to call super.init so that the event listeners and everything gets set up. Otherwise well, it won't even run then. JavaScript will actually throw an error for, I think it will. If I omitted super.init. Okay, so this .anim.init. Okay, yeah, okay, so what I'm thinking, so I set up some stuff. let me split the screen a third way here. Okay, so we'll have, so this is still our server code here. And that's not what I said. That's not really what I wanted. How to split? How do I just move that whole window? Well, okay. Server code's all still in this column, but we don't need to look at it right now. I want to look at, wait a minute. I set up all this fancy stuff. Okay, animation extends. Oh, it's all in the timer. Okay, so animation is a timer, which a timer is an entity for more hierarchical things. For more fun hierarchical things, I should say. Yeah, that must all be in timer. Yes. Oh, I actually set up some JS doc stuff here. Lovely. Okay, yeah, so we want to look at timer. We don't really care about animation because actually timer is really where most of the magic is happening. Animation is just kind of a basic little inheritance thing. Okay. All right, so yeah, server code's here again, but I'm just splitting so I can see the timer code. And okay, so, and just for clarity's sake, and I maybe I mentioned this earlier, I don't remember. Timer does not refer to, timer is just like a generic, actually I say it right here, general purpose timer. executes a callback when the specified duration has elapsed. So it does more than that, but that's just kind of the generic whatever. So the timer itself does not have anything to do with the hourglass, which is what this thing is, which I currently set the round time to 50 seconds. The hourglass is just the visual representation, right? So I didn't, I decided to use just a name hourglass to specify the visual timer. Once again, this is just like the progress bubble thing. This has nothing to do with the actual game state. The timer for the round is the timer for the round is actually all in the round object. And then this hourglass is just a representation of that. Or it's just like takes that and then draws its state based on that. So this timer.js is not this. This is being fueled by a timer, but any animation thing is taking anything that's animated, which not a whole lot is animated. I mean, that stuff is whatever, but and those animations are using timers. Animations extend from timer.js actually. Now I changed the functionality. I extended the functionality of timer not too long ago. I allowed like pausing the timer, resuming the timer, resetting the timer. So like you can set up. So in other words, this all extends. This all animation inherits all these methods and everything. An animation object will inherits all these methods. So if I set up an animation, like for example. Oh man, if I'm on the right row of keys here. New animation. So this .anim. We can see like VS Code is smart enough to pull over paused, reset, resume. So it's pulling. I can see these are all part of the timer. You can see method timer, but an animation is a timer, so that's pretty nice in that case. So oh yeah, and just to say something else about timer, like what it is. Like I said, it's a general purpose timer. So basically, you can delay things in engine time, in game, in a nice game way. Because there are browser APIs like set timeout and set interval that JavaScript, I think it's actually just part of the JavaScript spec. Those functions allow you to like delay, run a function, run a callback after a certain amount of time has occurred. But those wouldn't really respect my my event-driven engine, so to say. So what I do is I delay. So this timer just goes strictly off of the frame time that comes in. So it has this tick method here that gets called every time there's a new frame. Whenever a draw finished event happens, so a new frame is being drawn, then a new tick will happen. The new frame time will come in, and then the timer's current duration will go to that time, right? And then when it's elapsed, so every tick, so a timer can fire off a callback on every tick, which would be every frame, and it can also fire a callback on elapsed, so when the timer runs out, right? So if you want something to happen after 5 seconds, you can fire up a new timer. Past 5,000 is a max duration. That's milliseconds, 5,000 milliseconds. And then the timer will just keep track of that for you, add up the frame times to the current duration, which will always start at 0. Once that current duration is if the current duration is less than the max dir, then it'll just call onTick. Otherwise, one. That's actually interesting. I don't know if that's supposed to be. Oh, onTick. I should say, I'll call. Oh. So the onTick frame, or the onTick function, always passes the percentage of the completion. So the current duration divided by the max duration. So it'll always pass a number between 0 and 1, or 1 in the case of when it's completed. That's what this is. So the onTick is always how much percent along you are in the timer. Timer 50% done, whatever. So all of that is very critical to like the way the animation works. The animation basically just extends it slightly further and then basically takes this onTick value and runs it through some equation, you know, t squared or whatever, and then calculates it in some value range, whatever that you want. You know, if you want to animate between black and blue, or between RGB, you know, where B is just 0 to 255, that's a great thing for the animation to do. But the animation at the end of the day is still the animation class, that is. But the animation class at the end of the day is still just a timer, and it's just running all this code and then just kind of interpolating between 0 and 255 with this, just using this value, right? Or interpolating further if you pass some, you know, equation. So that's why when we have this, you know, that's using a nice 1 minus, what did we say? This function here. We're doing 1 minus x squared to get kind of a fast start, and then it eases into being done. So, whoops. This is where we are, yeah. So then those guys there will slide down. But that's not what we're talking about anymore. That was just a big tangent, as the stream's just been full of tangents. And me getting distracted from what I was actually trying to accomplish, which was, I did want to look at timer. I did want this up, actually. But we are trying to do, I wanted to just be able to reference these fancy methods. Fancy one-liner methods. Nice. Pause. This dot paused equals true. Wow. Brilliant. It's not really that brilliant. So, yes, I do just want to look at this. So now we're creating a progress bubble. So the problem with this is each of these bubbles are just circle objects. Okay, so the progress bubbles, right? These are bubbles. And these progress bubbles, in air quotes, are just circle objects. But now we're actually going to we're creating our own progress bubble class that will therefore be responsible for its own animation. Because the way these are animating right now, while yes, it looks correct, is not correct. Like it breaks here because there's only one animation object, whatever. I kind of explained that before my pizza break. Okay, so wait, was there something else? Oh, let's change this back to, actually, let's leave it on 1 second. Yeah, we'll leave it on 1 second so we can test that everything's working. And that'll give us, yeah, so we can test that like this kind of bug is not really occurring anymore. Okay, so I'm just giving us one property of anim, this dot anim, for our progress bubble class. So we're setting up our new animation. I actually need to, let me just copy, where's my code from before? Progress meter. So actually, I just want to copy. Yeah, I actually just want to copy all of this code over. And the thing I want to do. Okay. Yes. Okay. So this dot anim equals new animation. We're just going to leave that 1,000 max duration for now. Just these bad hard-coded values. Remember, we're eventually going to get to this nice dynamic thing, but the progress bar is not dynamic right now. I'll worry about that later. So we're just using these absolute pixels. This is the radius of our bubble, of our progress bubble. So, okay. Just need to think about exactly what I'm. Okay. So we're gonna start our timer on init of our progress bubble. We're gonna call this .anim init, and I don't know if you noticed before, like in here, doing this will automatically start the animation off right away. Because basically the init of an entity sets up the event handlers, and then those event handlers are just running right off the bat. Because the one of the event handlers for an animation and a timer is the draw finished event. So draw finishes are happening. In my case, I'm working on a 120 hertz monitor. So the draw finishes are firing every 8.3 milliseconds approximately. 8.3333 milliseconds. So yeah, as soon as you call init, this animation is responding to these draw finished events. The timer is. So what we can actually do before we call init, now I'm in the progress meter. So let me block this. I'll just leave it in here for right. Actually, no, we'll get rid of it. We don't need it anymore. Okay, I'll leave this here for right now, just because I'm going to need to go back and change this stuff too at some point. Okay. So this is all fine. This, yeah, we'll leave this in. Actually, we'll leave our little t-squared equation in here just so we can test the feel of it and everything later. So now this part is different. Okay, so first things first, actually. We're going to set up this animation, but then on init, we're actually gonna let's pause it first, because right, if I go this dot anim init, it's gonna start running right away. But if I do this dot anim dot pause, it won't run. It'll just sit at current duration 0, which is what it'll initialize as. So basically here you can see that in the timer, see if we're not paused, then it increases the duration and everything, blah, 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 over the last frame time, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, if it's paused, all that code just gets skipped. There might be a better way to do that at some point, whatever, but it works for now. Just one little if statement in that case isn't that big of a deal. So we're pausing our animation first. So we're firing up because we don't want the animation to run until the player pops the bubble. So pops the bubble, then this one shrinks. So if we pause it here in init, which we might as well do, I could pause it in the progress bubble constructor, but that just feels, that it's a constructor, not, I don't know. The names I pick for everything, whatever. So we're pausing our animation so it won't run. right away. Great. But we need to have some sort of method that the progress meter, so when the progress meter does this thing, which this is the function, so this is the set target bubble ID. So the round will tell the progress meter, hey, there's a new target bubble. So then the progress indicator moves forward to the next bubble. That's what this is. And this used to be where it originally said 0, if you remember from before. This was just 0 out the radius. The radius of that bubble would just hit 0. So then these would just like disappear. You know, I'd hit orange here, and now it does the animation thing. But it would actually just straight up disappear. And it does the animation thing still because I deleted that part of the code, but I haven't refreshed the browser yet, so it doesn't have the new JavaScript yet. So I'll just leave it like that for right now. So we just left this line here just for sake of showing this is when this function runs, this is when we need the progress bubble to start its animation. So we could do this dot progress bubbles prev ID, and then we need some method here. Start animation, start shrinking, right? So yeah, actually start shrinking might just be good enough. So then now back in our progress bubble, we'd have a function called start shrinking, a method called start shrinking. And then that's when our animation will resume. So this dot anim dot resume. So, and as we saw before in our fantastic timer here, pause method sets this dot pause to true and resume. Sets this dot pause to false. Who'd have thunk? Anyway, I shouldn't even be using these stupid methods like that. I should just, whatever. Now's not the time. Now's not the time to argue with myself about that. So we want to start shrinking. And I might change this name because it might not be a shrink. Maybe it'll change to something else. So it should just be like a Hola, Elohim. It might not be a shrink. It might be something else. So the shrinking is like descriptive of what, whatever. We'll leave it like that for now. Start shrinking. Because for now it's a shrink. If I want to change it, I'll change it later. So that's where we start. Our animation is resumed. So then our animation will play out. Oh, I need to go back up here and actually fix what the animation does because we have our onTick function. So these are fine. These are the pixel values. So it starts for the radius. So this is a radius of 40. So these will start with a radius of 40, and they'll shrink to a radius of 15. That's fine. So our animation is just simply interpolating with this equation between 40 and 15. That's exactly over 1,000 milliseconds. 1 second. So the onTick is the part we need to do still here. So we still need to set our radius, but this is from I copied this over when we had this in the progress meter code. So this is now actually just going to be very simple. It's just going to be this dot size dot r because our progress bubble is a circle, which has a size property and has a radius. So this size is inherited from circle. So, and then value is the interpolated value somewhere between 40 and 15 on our way down. We're going down to 15. Now, maybe I'm just thinking, you know what? It should just be this dot size dot r. Now I'm trying to think, because the thing I would like to have now is this would animate to shrink, right? But if you screw up, if I crash into the wall here, boom, it just instantly goes back to the 40 radius. So here we go down slowly, nice. Well, it's slow for example. It's not going to be really slow in the real thing. I did 100 milliseconds before, and that felt nice, but this is 10 times slower right now than I think it will be. Okay, so once that animation starts, shrinks down to 15 radius, that feels, but we need to expand. When we crash, it instantly just snaps back to 40, right? There's no animation. Whoops. Yeah, this is all screwed up once again because I did it the bad way before. Okay, so it's just going to snap from 15 back to 40 instantly when we crash. But it'd be nice if we animated back to 40 as well. Now, what I'm trying to think right now is, do I do a separate animation object to animate back, or do I just reconfigure? Yeah, let's just refigure the animation, this single animation object in our progress bubble. Let's just do that. So it'll initialize to 40. Yeah, it'll initialize to 40 and 15, just hard-coded. Bad for right now. And eventually I'm going to put a listener in here. Oh, actually, I can do that right now, I guess. I'll just copy listener example here. So we need to listen to cursor drag stopped, because that's the event that fires whenever you crash, whenever you release the mouse. That's the event that goes whenever this happens. You hit the wrong circle, you hit the out of bounds. That's the event that fires. So when this event fires, all the progress bubbles are going to be animating back to their size, if they aren't already at that size. Which I might as well just have them animate. Okay, so this, throwing in our little arrow function for Elohim in the chat there. Why? Oh. Yeah, function. Okay, yeah, there's no arguments for this listener. Right? Yeah, it's just a cursor drag stop. It doesn't pass any arguments. It's just the event itself is the argument. So our listener function is just going to, it's going to have to animate back. Yes. So we need to just refigure our animation. So wait a minute. What does, animation.reset resets us back to, reset method resets the current duration back to 0. Okay, we could get really fancy with this. I'm not going to. Like, we could say, well, if we're like 50% of the way through the animation, like, stay 50%, but like animate back. We're just gonna reset. You know, if you crash if the cursor crashes, or if you release the cursor, whatever, and we're 50% through the animation, it's just gonna reset the animation. And from whatever size the circle is, it's just going to grow back to the max size at that time. Like, I think that'll probably look fine. That would probably be fine in every case. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it feels. It might feel terrible. Everything might feel terrible, and I might just abandon the project. All right, so cursor drag stopped. We then need to just modify. Okay, so let's reset the animation first. So we're going to call this.anim.reset. So that puts our current duration back to 0. And then from whatever point, okay, I think I need to pause. Yeah, this dot anim. I'll just call this first, even though it really doesn't make a difference at all. I'll just call pause first, then reset. So it's kind of like saying, okay, pause the timer, reset the timer. Actually, Elohim, maybe terrible, but fun JavaScript game dev. Yes, that's true. That is true. It is fun. Okay, actually, we're not going to pause. No, we're not going to pause because we're immediately going to reset. Okay, the current dir. Okay, so the max dir is always going to stay the same. Okay, so we reset back to 0, our current duration, or duration of the timer back to 0 in the animation. This dot anim dot I need to set our end value. Okay, so we're resetting back to big size when you crash, right? So you're going from, okay, so then I'm going to release the cursor. That's going to fire the event. The cursor drag stopped. So this needs to go back to the 40 pixels. So now, in this case, where we initialized to go from 40 to 15 pixel radius, here we are going to go, we're going to end at 40. We're like reversing the animation, for lack of a better word. Okay, so anim dot end val is going to equal 40. Once again, terrible magic numbers. Who cares? That's why it says terrible in the stream. That's why it says terrible Elohim. Okay, this dot anim dot start. The start val is going to equal whatever the radius currently is. So, because we're going to because let's say you complete the animation 50%. So if you're at 50%, you're somewhere between 40 and 15, halfway between there, whatever that is. 22.5 something, 32, I don't know, whatever that is. If this was 40 and this was 20, then it would be 30. That would be 50% through, right? Oh, well, it's not even that because we're going through this equation. Never mind. Why do I even try to explain things? All right, so our start val this time, we're going to animate between our current radius, whatever our current radius is, and go back to 40. So our current radius might be 40 already. If I'm about to release the cursor, the pink circle over here in the progress bar, I'm trying not to point without crashing, is already at 40. So if we crash, our time runs out, whatever. So purple right there is already at 40. So if I crash, it's already at 40. It's not animating between anything, but we're still going to kick off an animation, I guess. I mean, I'd have to put like a little if statement in here to check if you're already at, not 40. It's going to be this dot size dot r. So we're animating from whatever our current radius is back to 40. So that is swell. And then it should, okay, so we reset the timer, and then it should automatically just start running, right? Shouldn't be anything. I don't know. I remember sometime in the past doing something similar to this with the bubbles, and something was wrong. But this should be fine. Now, okay, so that reverses the animation. So this should clear our names here and reverse the animation if we crash. Now, And we should okay, from here. Okay. That's if cursor drag stops. But, oh, okay. So start shrinking needs to be different. Or sorry, because now we have the scenario where you hit purple. Okay. You hit pink here. And while the animation is shrinking, or sorry, no. You hit pink, you hit green, and while the animation is I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Well, whatever. Actually, start shrinking could happen when this one has already begun shrinking us, or we're somewhere not at 40, because we'd assume that we start shrinking from 40 to 15 pixel radius. But we might start shrinking when, okay, so this cursor drag stopped, resets all our, don't do that. This cursor drag stopped event resets our animation to this stuff, but the start shrinking method needs to change it all back to whatever the other thing was. So, in fact, I shouldn't even have this stuff at all. Well, we could leave these with initial values, I guess. We could leave these like this, but start shrinking needs to set these as well, just like the cursor drag stop listener sets that. So oh, and wait a minute. I just remembered something. Destruct unelapsed. Is that's set to true. We need that to be set to false. Okay, so there's another little fancy thing that I added in here. Destruct on elapse set to false, defaults to true. So what this means is obviously destruct on elapse. So the animation, when it finishes, it'll destruct itself, meaning it will pull out it'll remove its event listeners from the global event emitter and everything. We want that to false because this timer will elapse, but we want to be able to go back and reset it to something else. We're going to reuse this same animation object a bunch of times without instantiating a new animation every time the animation elapses. Maybe that's a terrible way to do things. I don't know. I think in this case, I think we're fine. Okay, so to start shrinking, for the bubble to start shrinking, this .anim resume that I think that can stay because resume is just sets this .pause to false. Yeah, that's fine. So we can hit resume every time start shrinking is called. That's okay. It's important for the first time because it's going to start, the animation is going to start paused in pause state. We init, we pause it, and then initialize it. And then initialize just means the entity sets up its event listeners. I just came up with the word init, which is probably, once again, probably terrible. As are most things in this. So we can call this every time. That's okay, because this start shrinking is going to happen every time. You know, if you crash, the bubble expands again, then we start shrinking again. But I think we're going to need to set up the animation every time to say this .anim just like this. I guess we'll need to do, we'll do a reset. We'll do a reset every time. This.anim.reset. Reset the current duration to 0. Then this.anim.start. This.anim. Let me change these around. Start value should be first. Start value. Start val. So our start value this time. Oh, our start value this time is also this.size.r. And this.anim.end val is equal to this.size. No, I'm just not thinking. Okay, because we're shrinking down to 15. So this is fine. This should be fine. This should all work fine and dandy. And I actually can read this and understand kind of what it's doing. Now all this initial setup is kind of a little redundant, but we'll worry about that later. So need a sip of water here. Okay. Excuse me. So actually, I think we can jump now into adding this into the, all right, let me make sure we can actually start to use this in place, the progress bubble class now, in place of the circle class, which is what is currently being used. So I'm going to leave this timer JS file up here just in case. And we're going to round creator now, because this is like a little helper factory. I don't know if you want to use that term, the kind of factory function, that just static method of a. That's probably, it works for now. That's fine. So this is the round creator class is a static method that does all the setup of a round object, just to keep that out of all the round. This is all the round code, 68 lines of just the round object logic. And I didn't want this 150 lines of just setup to be all mashed into that round file. So we okay, so I made a nice little comment for myself, which I haven't done a lot of, as you may notice. Oh, look at that. I even left a to-do for myself, future self, to move these magic values need to get moved to config. Yes. I'm still not going to take care of that right now, but we'll keep that around. So actually this little chunk of code will shrink up a little bit. So we're still keeping, so I have a const progress bubbles array. That's good, because that's what will get passed to the progress meter code. So this all goes into the progress meter, and then the progress meter goes into the round. So you kind of have that hierarchical entity structure. We're going to keep this, so it'll still be an array, but it's going to be an array. Well, right now, right here, we can see that it's we're instantiating a new circle every time, but we just want to instead of a circle, we want to instantiate the new progress bubble class. So I need to import it. We'll do that right under here, I guess. Import progress bubble from progress bubble.js. Fantastic. Okay. All right, so now we're going to be replacing. So since a progress bubble, it extends from the circle class, should be able to just replace this circle with progress bubble, because we still need to pass a color because it's a drawable entity, and we pass a new color class, color object, whatever. The size and everything, all of that can go into that, and I don't need to do anything else, right? I don't take anything. Yeah, actually, I don't take anything in the params that come in through the constructor for the progress bubble. I don't do anything with those. They just get passed to the super class, which is our circle in this case, which is a drawable, which is an entity. So this should all be fine. I'm setting the values. Yeah, once again, the magic values thing, I'm just going to leave that for now. We just want to make sure this works. Okay, no, that's not where I wanted to go. Round creator. Okay. So this should all be fine. This line, I just want to refamiliarize myself with. That's just the X position. That's just a way to calculate the X position once for each. Because the X, yeah, the X, that's just saying, that's just leaving one single X value for all of these bubbles, because they're all lined up vertically so that they have a single, they share the same X value. It's their Y value that's different. Pixel value. Pixel coordinate value we're talking about. So yeah, this should actually be all we need. Progress bubble init, that's fine. We push it into this array, and then this array goes to progress meter. Actually, we need to go back to the progress meter. And oh, actually, yeah, I already did that part of it. Progress bubbles, what else do I do? Actually, this should be fine, because it just extends circle. Okay, that's where it comes in. Yes, because this pose is still going to exist on each progress bubble. Oh, this part we want to get rid of. I'll just leave it commented out. This is where we're instantly snapping the radius for each progress bubble back to 40 when we crash the cursor. Don't want that anymore. Yeah, that would have been, I probably would have forgot about that and then just been like, oh, nothing's working, whatever. It's just this one line here. Probably would have taken me an hour to find it. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. Okay, well, yeah, let me do what I was doing here. This. Okay, so I can see that's the start shrinking. That's the new thing. That should be fine. And then we also in our destruct of our progress meter, we want to destruct all the progress bubbles. So that should be perfectly fine too. Nice. So theoretically, oh, get rid of this. That was from before. It's from the test. Theoretically, everything should just work. So let's refresh. Practice. Ooh. Okay. All right. Why did that? Okay, so they're still shrinking down. Now wait a minute. They start over from the top and shrink down again. Okay. Now wait a minute. Did I just do something really dumb with okay, let's go back. Progress bubble. Okay, so start value is the size. Oh. No. This is right. Should interpolate between let's just do this with 1. All right, let's make it just really slow. Just make it 2 seconds just so I can really see what's going on here. Refresh. Okay, practice. Okay, so now I hit spacebar and it shrinks down to 15. And if I let go of the mouse, it snaps back to 40 and goes down to 15 again. Okay, so did shrink get called again? CLG, ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. Okay. Oh, not play. Practice here. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so ASDF, that's right. That's when we start shrinking. Now when I let go. No. So we didn't start shrinking again, so I didn't accidentally do something dumb with that. Now, am I just... Can't I interpolate? Okay. Now... Oh, wait a minute. No. That's fine. Let's just print. We'll do this simple. This dot size dot r. So we'll throw the radius. We'll throw the radius in the console. Practice. Okay, so now the radius will get thrown. Okay, so we hit 15 and then 40. Oh, that's the 40 for all of them. Okay. So 40 for each. It's for each bubble. But the first one was 15. That's correct. So if I do, let's just clear the console. Excuse me. If I let go, yeah, so now we had 2 15s and 3 40s, which is right. It just prints, for every time the cursor drag stops, all these bubbles are printing their radius, which is correct. We have 2 15s and 3 40s, but why are we not starting back over? Oh, wait a minute. Reset. Why does that not? All right, I don't know. I got to use the bathroom, though. So quick pause break. BRB. Okay, I'm back. All right, so minimize my high-tech giant font notepad here. Notification. Now, I was actually let me check something here quick before we dive back in. Nice. Okay, so trying to figure out why the animations go back. For some reason, we're snapping back to 40 and then zooming down to 15 again. Now, and again, I'm talking about pixels there. So it's supposed to, okay, so we go down to 15 pixels, from 40 pixels down to 15. If we let go of the cursor, it's supposed to grow back to 40 pixels. But we hit, the animation runs again, but it shrinks. Now, I'm thinking deeply. Sorry for the dramatic pause. Okay. Is there something I'm... Well, obviously there's something I'm missing. For kicks, let's just do... Actually, I'm just going to make this. There, we're getting rid of some magic numbers there. Because this .size.r will have gotten set in the super to 40. The 40 is specified in the round creator up here. So here we're specifying our radius of 40 pixels. And then, then I can just use it right here. So why? Okay, so we shrink fine down to 15. The end val, you know what? It might be time. Might just be time to bust out the sweet debug class that I set up a while back that I don't remember actually how to use. Oh, yeah, I have like a debuggable mix-in. That's right. Debug. Okay, so import debuggable mix-in from debuggable.js. So then you do this fancy thing where you pass extends debuggable mix-in and you wrap your add an extra little. I think that's how you use it. Okay, so this is just an extra little way to inject some debugging properties in. So what I do is this debuggable mix-in is a mix-in class, mixinable class, composable class, for lack of a better word, where I can. So a mix-in being like a function mix-in. So what that does is it takes a class as a property, and then it inherits. So this is a class. There's a class inside of this function that will inherit from this, and then this will extend this. So it you just inject it into the class hierarchy, and then this gives you some extra nice functionality for printing some values to the screen or whatever. That's what is going on here. That's what these are. So it gives you a nice way to, if I recall correctly, now I need to kind of refamiliarize myself with how to use it. It lets you print some stuff to the screen, and then it will properly destruct. It'll do destruct and everything, because it's assumed that you're throwing an entity in there. It's assuming that you're throwing an entity or you're inheriting, your base class will be an entity at some point in the inheritance chain. And I don't remember how to use it exactly, and I don't want to spend a ton of time, but where am I using it again? I think I'm using it in the player input object. Yes, debuggable mixin. Excuse me. Okay, so I'm using it here in this player input. I haven't talked about this at all before, but basically handling all the mouse input and everything, wrapping the DOM mouse API, whatever. Let's see. So where is debug? Just okay, well, that's a start. At some point, oh, here we go. Oh, okay, so when you, yeah. So that's what you do. So now when you inherit from debuggable mixin, from a debuggable class, from the debuggable class, you get an array called debug items, and then you can pass it an object that has one property that is called value printer, which is a function that lets you pass some fancy function via or lets you wrap some nice values into that function, so you can pull some state out of whatever this object is and print it on the screen. And then it can be yet separate. What about closures? That's what I'm thinking of. Closures, a function where you can wrap a variable into the body of the function. Okay. So this is, so the value printer is just a function that returns something, but you're taking advantage of closures and everything, wrapping the state of this entity, and then printing that later. Some other object is printing that later. The debug printer, I think, which is a singleton maybe, if I recall correctly. Gotta love it when you don't know your own engine or remember how your own engine works. Okay, so yeah, I can do okay, so I set up, I'm extending debuggable mixin. So now I should have this dot. I should have a bunch of debuggable things in here, right? Debug items, look at that. VS Code is smarter than I realized. Wow, yeah, that actually, it went into that, pulled that, did that, and let me know that I did have a property there. Wow. Didn't know it could do that. Okay. Oh, debug items is an array. That's right. Okay. So actually now I need to go back and look at how I did this. Oh, so this is in the constructor, right? Yes, this is just a ginormous constructor because it's got these listener functions that are very big for parsing which type of input you do. Okay. So the debug items, we set up an array and we do this yeah, I'll copy this just so I can have that as reference. Okay. Oh, the problem is this is going to go for each bubble. That's okay though. I'll just do we'll call this, actually this will be a actually. Actually, never mind. I'm just going to return a single value, but it's going to be this dot. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, this is, because this is going to happen for every progress bubble. Well, we're already on this. We already made it this far and down the rabbit trail here. Down the rabbit hole. Okay, so we want to do this dot anim dot start val. Whoop, start val. This dot anim dot start val. Right? Yeah, okay. So let's just see how that looks. So we'll practice. Okay, so 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. That, right, this is exactly what we expected. So that's the nice thing about this debuggable thing is it organizes, you pass it. So it is like there is some global object. I think that's what this debug printer is. And then this debuggable is what you extend from, and then you can add some items to be printed to the screen like this. And they just get printed nice. And I think you can even change the colors and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'm not that high tech. I think it's all just blue, actually. But you can at least pass some state. It's just a way to pass some state from some game object, some entity that otherwise would be kind of messy to print something to the screen. It would just be annoying. This just lets you like print all this stuff to the array, and it just draws it all nicely. Wow, now we're all undefined here. Oh. Oh. Why was that undefined? Huh. Maybe that's, well, that's probably another issue I have to address. That's a good thing I found that. Okay, so now when I let go, it should go to 15. And it should animate back, right? Okay, start over from scratch here. Boom. Okay. 15. All right, okay. Actually, let's try, instead of this, let's just try this dot size dot r. That'll be a little more interesting. Because then we'll see this value kind of animate. Practice. Okay, so orange, hit it, and it's going to animate all the way down to 15. Okay, and we let go. And it jumps back to 40 and then animates back down to 15. Come on. Why is that? The shrinking thing doesn't happen again. The shrink happens once, right? We're printing ASDF here. We print ASDF, ASDF, ASDF. We let go. We didn't call the shrinking function again. Let me just put something actually meaningful here. Started shrinking. Okay. My wife is doing some construction in the next room, so sorry if you hear drill sounds and whatnot. Anyway. Okay. So the start shrinking is not getting called again. That's great. Something shoots the value back up to I'm thinking deeply. Again. Doesn't happen very often. Cursor. Cursor drag stopped. Start value always needs to be whatever the current radius is. And the current radius was printing. The end val always needs to go back up to 40. I'm trying to think of how do I check to see where it snaps. Is it like snaps back to 40 somehow, right? Or am I... Yeah, it snaps back to 40. Okay, that's perfect. Let go, snaps back to 40, and then shrinks again. Is it a problem with... Hang on, I need to fill up my water here. Okay, I'm back. Now, all right. So, trying to figure out why when I release, does it snap back to 40 and shrink again? we can actually see. Okay. So that goes all the way to 15. I let go, and it goes back to 40. Radius goes back to 40. So is there some point where just for kicks, let's make this 80 just to help get a better clue. Okay, so when I let go, no, it goes back to 40. Okay, that's what it, okay, wait a minute. What in the world? Let's just print the whole, oh my goodness, CLG, there we go. Print the whole this dot anim. Okay, and then that's right, it prints all of these. That's annoying. Okay. Okay, actually, I just thought of this. Why didn't I think of this before? That's why I have this, whatever, this debug class here. So let's go to where, okay, right here. The nice thing is we can just print a bunch of different values all into one string. And then I don't have to worry about, and each of those will get printed 4 times for each progress, or 5 times for, or you know, for each 5 progress bubbles, but that's okay. So we're putting all of this into the progress bubble class. So yeah, so we can throw a string. So we can do, then we have to do these nice template strings. This dot size dot r. Okay, so we can say r. We can say s for start value just to keep the strings nice and small. This dot anim dot start val. We can say e for $this. This dot anim dot end val. And let's print the current duration too. C $this dot anim dot underscore curder. Some more of my fantastic shorthand. Okay, this should give us some more useful stuff. 40. Oh yeah. Let's change that 80. Wait a minute. That might be the problem. Well, no, that shouldn't. That actually. Oh, I forgot about that. Wait a minute. The curder, it just keeps going. That might be, that's a bug in the timer, I guess. Okay, so the timer should just stop on elapse. The thing, oh yeah. The thing is, it destructs on elapse normally. So this would be fine. Like if you wanted the timer to just get rid of itself when it's done, this destruct on elapse is true. But we need to like pause. How do I get around this in? I do this in the round, I think. No. What keeps track of the time? Is it the timer? The round timer? No. Oh, that's a separate timer just for the hourglass. Match. Where does that timer go? Cursor trail, scoreboard, round, end message. Round. It's in here, isn't it? Timer. Timer. Is that timer? Equals timer, which should get initted here. Timer.init. Huh. And on timer elapsed. Wait a minute. What did I did something. Oh, that's in the bubble. That's back in the bubble. Yeah, there's some fancy stuff for the fade timers and stuff in here. On destruct. So I did destruct on elapse false. So key hit indicator fade timer. So when it inits, it resets and then pauses and then, oh no, that's on cursor drag stopped. It resets, then pauses, then resets, resumes, destructs, resumes on. This is all kind of confusing. Maybe I never paid attention. Yeah, if there's nothing stopping the timer. Okay, wait a minute. What do we do? Okay, if timer. Where do we set up those timers? Oh, not here, I guess. Oh, they're animations. Yeah, not timers. Okay. So we only do on tick. I don't do anything with on elapse. So these ones also would just keep ticking up forever. The current dir, the cur dir would just keep going on forever. I think I played around with this. Oh yeah, I've got a to-do just for that. Let's just add another to-do for right now because I don't really want to screw up this other thing. To-do cur dir just keeps going up if destruct on elapse is false. And then, but why doesn't that screw up? Oh. If cur dir is less than max dir, else we on tick 1 just infinitely. So on this dot on tick just gets past 1 infinitely, even though cur just keeps incrementing. Okay, so that's actually not that bad, but I should make this to do just to maybe figure out something better for like reusable timers, so that maybe it doesn't like tick every time or something. It should auto pause maybe. I mean, that might be the solution, just auto pausing, but I don't want to actually try that right now. We're getting too close towards the end of the stream to do that. Just dive down another rabbit trail. A rabbit hole. A rabbit hole, not the rabbit trail. All right. So let's try a couple more things. Otherwise, I'm going to be calling it quits for this one. We're already over 5 hours. Wow. Okay. All right. So actually, I don't want to look at this anymore. I don't want to look at the bubble anymore. Let's just go back. The answer has to be just in here. I feel like I'm just not looking hard enough at it. I'm just kind of, it's the first like nasty snag we hit all day. Everything else went really smooth, surprisingly. This is the only thing where I've spent too much time trying to figure out some dumb thing. All right, so progress bubble. Okay, so cur just keeps going up infinitely. I think that's fine, because as long as we do a reset before we start shrinking, we do a reset, so that reset sets cur to 0 on our timer. Reset sets underscore cur to 0. Cur is the duration, right? The duration that just keeps ticking up. So wait a minute. Yeah, that should be that's correct. Reset cur. Start val goes to, okay, let me look at these again. That undefined is bad too. All right, so what happens when, okay, so if I let go, okay, actually, let's just get cur out of here because that's really annoying. Oops. Don't want to look at that anymore. Okay. So once again, this is our radius. Practice. Our radius, our start size, start value, and our end value. So this the end value goes to 80 because of this cursor drag stopped gets fired at some point, even when you start a practice from the beginning, and maybe that's a bug, but it shouldn't make a difference because when we hit that, E was set to 80, which is the only spot the end val got set to 80 was in after this cursor drag stopped. So at some point during the level getting set up, cursor drag stop gets fired. Maybe cursor drag stop fires just because I clicked the button or whatever. That might be what it is. Okay, so we end. Now we're at radius 15. Our start is 40. Our end is 15. So now we let go, and our start is 15, and our end is 40. But we went back to 40 and down to 15 again. So these values are correct. But why does the animation... And started shrinking only gets called. This console log and start shrinking only happens once, right? Started shrinking in the console there. If I let go, no more started shrinking. So this part of the code does not run again. So size, this dot size dot r. Yeah, all those numbers looked good. It's just the animation that's screwed up, which doesn't make sense. Does it? Is it the, wait a minute. Okay, so it's an animation. We're doing animation. Let's look at the animation code. Let's click over here. Animation. Okay, so let's just step through some stuff here. Let's open up a Quokka JS file here for a little scratch pad. Okay. So if, oh, look at that. Look at that. All right. All right. No, wait. Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that I can't believe that. There is no start val and end val parameters. Wow. Okay. Okay. So we need to fix. So I don't know if this is a bug or if this is what. This is just I guess it's just me being lazy. And to do setup on elapsed, I don't even know what that was supposed to be referring to. Okay, so the problem is I was referring to, okay, we don't need this anymore. Okay, the problem is that I was trying to modify this .anim.startVal and this .anim.endVal and modifying those with the expectation that my animation would just, when I'd reset it and start it again, it would start up with those new values. But the problem is this .anim.startVal and this .anim.endVal don't even exist. Because if we look at what our animation is, the params come in, and through params you specify an end val and a start val like we do here. So here we're instantiating our new animation. We have start val, end val. But I never set those as properties of the animation. They exist in the constructor here, and then they just gone. They're gone. They disappear into the ether. So there's no start val or end. When I set this .anim start val to end val, thanks to JavaScript being JavaScript, those properties get created on that object, but they don't do anything. Once again, why the title of the stream is terrible JavaScript. Actually, it's more for me just because I'm terrible, but which is why we have this. Terrible that I did this in the first place, but also terrible that it took me this long to find this. Okay, so But the thing is now, there needs to be, I need to recalculate this dist function. Okay, so I need like a chain. Okay, so here's what we'll do. This should actually fix everything. So we'll do, okay, for the first time we'll do it like that. Okay, so we will create this dot start val. Comes from params dot start val. This dot end val equals params dot end val. Fantastic. And then params dot end val minus start val. This dot start val minus. Wait. End val minus start val. Yeah, right. This dot end val minus this dot start val. I'm not actually thinking about what I'm doing. I'm just refactoring this a bit. And then we're going to need like a method here to go back and update these, and then therefore update dist and update the onTick function that's going to run on every frame, every tick for the animation. Excuse me. I need a sip of water here. Okay. So we need a method here. Update, set values. I don't know. Reset value. Let's say reset values, because it could just be called set values, but I kind of like reset values. And we'll take a new start val and a new end val, and we will do. We'll set. Oh wait. Start val equals start val. End val equals. I guess we don't actually need these. But whatever. Yeah, it's more of this part that matters. Yeah, but that's okay. This, which is probably why I had that thing in the first place where I didn't actually save start val and end val. Actually, that's kind of true. I don't actually need these as properties. Whatever. We'll keep it. We're going to keep it. So if you ever need to go back and look at start val and end val, you can. Okay, so we set this dot dist again by doing this dot end val equals this dot minus this dot start val. Okay. Recalculate the dist. Or do we need to do that? Oh, wow. Man, actually, okay. Yeah, because we pass an onTick function there, and then we wrap. Wow. Okay, we do some fancy stuff here. Man. Okay, so yeah, because animation is really just kind of like a wrapper for a timer. So it's like most of the timer code, most of the magic is in timer. It's really just calculating like this interpolated thing based on the equation. We're not even storing the equation. That's just disappearing. Okay. So actually, all we need to recalculate is, okay. Yeah, this is actually not as bad as I thought. Okay. So we do need to do this function reset values. We do a new start val, new end val, so that way this dot underscore dist can get recalculated. But then thanks to closures with JavaScript, then these functions, so this is an arrow function. This is the onTick that comes through from timer. This is that the timer will call this. But then the parameters, by params, you can pass this. And this like overrides, this onTick overrides the super onTick from the timer here. Anyway, so basically thanks to closures, I think I can leave all of this the same. Even this. Man, I was just trying to be like so minimalistic and fancy by not. But I'm going to just do this params.equation. Okay. And then we'll just call this this dot equation. And then, okay. And then perk just means like the value or the percentage of the timer is completed. Because onTick, timer.onTick always passes the percentage complete, which is just a number between 0 and 1. Some floating point value between 0 and 1. Okay, so this, this dot equation. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I could have just left that as params, I guess, as well. But now this needs to be this dot start val. Because now we are, through closures, these two things, like the onTick gets set in the constructor here. But with closures, we can change this dot start val later. This reset values thing will come later down the road. You set up your constructor, the onTick callback gets set up, but then we're going to go in, set start val at some other point in time. In this case, this whole thing was switching back and forth between shrinking. Okay. Wait, did I change some? Okay, now stuff went really bad. Of course. Of course. Now it gets even worse than what it was before. Okay. Oh, right. I can't just call. I have to do this. I have to do this new reset values method. Duh. Okay, so we're back in our progress bubble, right? So instead of we can't just after the fact go and set this start val and end val. We need to do this dot anim dot reset values. And then first it's a start val and then it's an end val. So we're passing the radius, this dot size dot r, and then 40. Once again, terrible fancy magic numbers. Okay, so get rid of that. So now when we call reset values, we are officially letting this underscore dist, which was just short for distance, the distance along in our equation, or the distance, I don't know. It's something. I can't think anymore today. Okay, this dot anim dot reset values. Fantastic. And then we also need to do this in the start shrink. Yeah, because this comes after the fact as well. We can't just set those willy-nilly. Now we have to use our new this dot anim dot reset values. Start val is the radius again. That's right. It's always going to be the radius. Because if we're animating it shrinking, but then all of a sudden we let go of the mouse, it needs to just animate back. It needs to grow. So it was shrinking. Then you release the mouse cursor. Now it needs to grow back to its default size, or its big size, which we're just hard coding right now is 40 pixel radius versus the 15 pixel radius. Oh, wait a minute. No. This is an end val. We're shrinking down to 15. We're starting with whatever our current radius is, and it's going to be animating down to 15. And here we're starting with whatever our current radius is and animating up to 40 pixels. That, if this works, man. Whew. Okay, so it's shrinking, and we're going to release the mouse and see what happens. Hey. Wow. Whew. I could sleep easy tonight. Okay, so let's just make sure everything looks. So then if we, oh, look at that. So then they all just kind of float back. All right, and they, okay, I got to get rid of this. That's really annoying. Debug. I don't need any of the debug stuff anymore. So we can get rid of this. No debuggable mix in. Get rid of that before I forget. Okay. Practice. Okay, nice. And they all end at the same. That's the part that I thought was maybe, well, okay, they all take 2 seconds. They're supposed to take 100 milliseconds, or 1,000. Supposed to take 100 milliseconds is what we just did 2 seconds for testing purposes. Yeah, so now it's like, yes. Okay, so now that just feels so much. Well, I've been staring at it for so long now, I'm not sure how it feels. Okay. Nice. And it looks like I didn't break anything with our other animations either by changing the timer stuff. Nice. That feels, whoa. Oh, some sound will help with that queuing those problems, I think. Queuing the user in that they're missing something. Oh, the player, I mean. Queuing the player in that they're messing up. Can't talk when I'm playing this. Okay. Wow, that actually, yeah, makes a little animation makes things a lot nicer. So okay, so let me just look at it again just to make sure. Let's screw up on the last one. Nice. It'd be cool if they like cascaded up, like it like queued this one to shrink or to grow first, then this one, then this one, then this one. So I'd have to animate I'd have to have something else set up in place to like animate them back. For now, them all growing back simultaneously is fine. Yes. Nice. Okay. So the next thing I wanted to do was start to animate the indicator, because right now the black indicator just appears on the next target bubble. But appears instantly by magic on the next bubble. But I think it would be better if it like slid, like, you know, just at the same, whatever time it took, the 100 milliseconds probably that it takes for that to fade out, you know, in the same animation. Oh yeah, actually I wanted to play around with this just a little bit. Okay, so the current animation we were doing, okay, so the equation I should say. So we were doing 1 minus 1 minus t squared, 1 minus that. So we can look at the graph again. I have it here, right? Desmos, nice. Okay. So red here is x squared. So I was earlier showing the example of the current animation we're using right now is the blue one. 1 minus x squared, which is like the flip, like the rotated version of x squared, t squared. So like time is our x-axis here from 0 to 1. We're only concerned about from 0 to 1 x and 1 from 0 to 1 y too. These points here. And from here to here. Anything after that we don't deal with. So that blue, so basically with this animation, this means it's going to change slowly at first because the y value is what's changing over time. This time is linear fixed, right? Every frame. is happening along this thing, whether, you know, I specify whatever that max dir is on the timer. That's how long it takes for the animation to complete. But this part here is just happening at a fixed rate. This is time happening fixed. And then this is the value we're animating over time, the y value. So it's in our case, we're animating that radius. So with the red, I like the blue one. I like that for more responsive kinds of things, because you get way more feedback. You know, by the time you're already here in time, I mean, look at how how much has changed on the red one. Barely anything. So that radius will have barely shrunk, you know. The radius of this circle will have barely shrunk. Of this circle will have barely shrunk in you know, that man, okay, in that little bit of time. But here we've already gone up quite a bit, you know. So by the time we're halfway through the animation, or halfway through our time, you know, we're already, well, yeah, so this one eases down later, and this one speeds up right away, eases in later. This one slow to start, and then kind of speeds up at the end. But this one, the blue one, feels more responsive. So that's what we're doing. Oh, so I changed it. Okay, so to get just a little better feel of it, let's just make this like 500 milliseconds, because I wanted to kind of play around with this a little bit, the feel. Okay, so we're back to the game. We refresh, so we should have that updated. Okay, so now we're doing 500 milliseconds, but right now we're doing t squared, which should be this one. So it kind of will slowly change at first and then ramp up. So practice. So then if we're watching this, yeah, it kind of like, now we're at 500 milliseconds, so the whole thing is just really slow. But it's like slowly shrink, and then it gets kind of whoop, kind of zooms in. Same thing when it expands there. But that doesn't feel, it just has like a lag to the front of it. Whereas if we switch back to this inverted one, the blue one in our graph, the blue line, now that, yeah, you can just see that one, boom, it like zips and then slows down, right? That one just feels, you know, even that 500 milliseconds, where it's significant, yeah, it's 5 times longer than what we were doing before with the 100. Feels a lot better. Let's do like something like 200 milliseconds. So our whole animation, maybe that's just too fast. I don't know. But the inverted parabola one there feels so much better. The blue one. We'll call it the blue one. Okay. What did I do? Go to 300 milliseconds now? Yeah, 300 milliseconds. Oh, that's kind of nice. And as long as like, yeah, as long as the animation really kicks off right away, it should kind of be, and we could even go more extreme, right? Like if you cube this, if we cube it, oh, that's to the 20th. If we cube it, then it's even more extreme. Let's try that actually. So I was doing math.pow3. So even if we do 300 milliseconds, oh yeah, that just feels good. But you kind of, it's not so fast that the just whole animation is just done in like a blink of an eye. It just feels a little more, yeah, it feels pretty good. Whoops. So we're at 300 milliseconds for the full animation, but it's a really fast start. And then a really slow fade out right there till y equals 1. Yeah, and obviously you can just keep, the more you increase the exponent, the more tighter that gets. So you do 300, it's just going to be like this insane tight thing, whatever. So you just got so much wiggle room for. Okay. All right. So I think that's going to be it for now. I've been going 5 hours and 40 minutes. Holy cow. Whew. Yes. So I think that's it because I'm not going to be able to think pretty soon. Well, haven't been able to think all day. Yeah, I have not. Well, okay, we fixed that thing. That felt good. That felt good to fix this issue with the animation class. Now I just need to remember to use that. Otherwise, because if you don't do the reset values, then this breaks. Because this dist won't get recalculated. Anyway. All right. Yes, so I think I'm signing off for now. Next stream should be animating this thing, this indicator sliding. And, oh, the first thing we did in the stream was for the competitive mode. We got the other... We got the enemy opponent indicator working too. And it works properly, so the red indicator will move with my progress for this player. This player can see this player's progress with the red. So we'll fix that, make that look a lot nicer at some point. Yes. Wow, 4 viewers. Thank you. Thank you, viewers. Oh, nice. Elohim's back. Yes, so I think I am done for now. But I will be back possibly over the weekend, but otherwise Mondays and Tuesdays during the day, morning and afternoons. Mornings and afternoons on Mondays and Tuesdays, and that morning and afternoons is Central Standard Time, CST. It's my plan for streaming. I should be on, and possibly during the weekends when I have some time. But for now, I think I'm signing off. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I'm Jared Oliver. We'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.